You think rambling is okay? 100 caged prisoners and about... Well, the caged prisoners won't do much for frame rate. And about 50 pets or so. Yeah, the dwarves and the pets will definitely slow your game down. So we were at 300 dwarves, and now we're at 250. I don't want to talk about it. All right? We all on the same page? Today's stream is going to be a bit short. And the reason for that is I'm going camping tomorrow. There's a concert I could go to tonight because it's cheap and I kind of want to go. I can't go to that concert unless I'm fully packed for camping and have everything I need for camping. Was there a deep space moment? We had 50 as pissed off dwarves as possible for a bit. Who's playing tonight? Ancients, Empress, and Worse. Good luck finding Empress, because there's 250 bajillion bands called Empress. Worse is the drummer and vocalist for the game, band 3 Inches of Blood. And it's his, not his solo project, but it's his side project. For when 3 Inches of Blood is inactive, which is most of the time. And Ancients is just a metal band. So... I've seen Ancients. I've seen all 3 of them before. I'm not the biggest fan of Ancients is fine. So they probably go on at 10. So I'll probably leave at like 9:30, and then just go home and go to bed. But yeah, it's at the Rickshaw Theater in Vancouver. And if anybody lives in Vancouver and wants to go, I don't know, DM me on Discord. And just please don't kidnap me and steal my kidneys, and we're good. Anyway. So today's stream, we're probably going to go for about 6 hours total, which means about 5 hours of YubTub streaming. Is a pretty colorful band name. 3 Inches of Blood is a long-running... Okay, hold on. Just let me show you their album covers. Sorry, I'm just very... I'm in a very sidetracky mood right now. Like, this is a 3 Inches of Blood album. You know, does that give you an idea of what you're in for? Like, it's like straight up like almost old school D&D looking shit. Am I gonna be in the pit? Nah. I'm going backpacking tomorrow, so I don't want to like be hurting. You know what this looks like to me? This looks like Conan if it was Lord of the Rings, is what this looks like to me. Because that just looks like Lord of the Rings. Want to lose another 50 dwarves? Not particularly. Oh yeah, this is another good one. This one's also kind of Conan-y. Although that's tiny. Can I... Don't need a Deezer link. But yeah, no, they have some pretty good album arts. Pretty good band. Just look up 3 Inches of Blood. They're fun. They're very like power metal-y, but the member that I would be seeing would be this guy. Although also looking up Worse band is kind of easier than you think, but harder than it should be. Yeah, this. Yes. Be these guys, and let's see if I can actually find Empress. There's only one from Canada, so I guess that's accurate. These guys. Yep, that's it. These guys. And I think it's Ancients with 2 eyes. Yeah, and then these guys. Extreme progressive metal. Nice. Themes, inner struggles, life and death. You know, honestly, Worse is a terrible name for a band. It's like the worst part about them is they're called Worse. Like genuinely, like it's an awful band name. Like I can't even, oh, they're there. It's literally at the top. Like it is an awful name for a band, but can't be any worse than calling your band Holy Fuck. Was it in Vancouver? Ping my dear. And did it happen to be recently? Wildest name for a local band that I can think of off the top of my head is probably the Dayglow Abortions. That was pretty good. Best name for a band that I've seen this year is probably the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. I've seen Dying Fetus twice, though. Dying Fetus is fun. Cracks me up for a short stream is 6 hours. Okay, short stream for me? Peace? Short stream for me. Actually, Visceral Discord is a pretty disgusting band name. Although, are we saying, like, gross band names, or are we saying just, like, actually, like, a harder to search name? Because I would argue the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets is, one, a great name for a band, because you're not going to forget that. And two, it's easy to Google search, because nothing else is called the Psychedelic Porn Crumpets. Same with, like, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Not really, Ping My Dear, but I have seen them twice. The Black Delilah Murder is a band that I've seen twice because bands I liked were opening for them. So I just stuck around because like they put on a fine show, but I've never really listened to them much. I've encountered a lot of Black Delilah Murder fans over the years, though. Rest in peace, their vocalist. Most shocking? Oh, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of shocking band names out there. Actually, here's a bad band name. Here, I'll give you guys some deep cut music for a second. If you like weird shit, and by weird shit, I mean like, yo, you're so far up your own ass with your own music that you can't even Google search it. Look up Pound. Pound is fantastic, but like, that's the track list. What's your favorite song? XX underscore period plus sign hyphen X capital X underscore underscore. Yes, definitely. Like these guys are great. I fucking love them. They are fantastic. It is this guy with 4 drum kits and this guy with a 24 string guitar. It is amazing. But like, I can't recommend their shit to anybody, and it bothers me. It's kind of annoying. It's like, quit being so good, douchebags. Like, naming Elon Musk's children? Sure. I guess. I want to find pictures of them. Hold on, let me just... Sorry, one final sidetrack. They literally are rhythms as titles. Like, I like it. It's cool, but it does make searching for them annoyingly difficult. So I saw them early this year. I just want to find photos of them. I also saw Cannibal Corpse this year. Just scrolled through the photos of this. Also, I saw Dope Throne this year. That was also great. Although I think the overall best show I saw this year was, King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard. Also, I was wrong. This was last year. This is Pound. Like, this is Pound. Wait until Google Images loads. Like, we were just sitting there and we're watching. My friend leans over to me and goes, how many drum kits does he have? You just like... What? I don't want my friends to... No, what band names like these guys have is... Don't buy our music. Come see us live, is really what it is. This was a great show, by the way. This was like a $20 show. It was neck of the woods, pound. And these guys, who are shallow end, they are fun, by the way. And I can't remember who the opener was. They didn't have merch, so couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. All right, we should play some Dwarf Fort, eh? I wish Master Boot Record would retire and cease existing. I hate Master Boot Record. His music is bland, dull, uninteresting, repetitive, annoying, and uncreative. Sorry, don't like him. Gogol Bordello? Yep, that I feel like Gogol Bordello and like, ooh. I feel like Gogol Bordello and Primus is like one of my dream sets I would love to see. Oh, certainly, but it's not good. Like, here's the thing. I like bad music. There's plenty of bad music I like, Lyquist, but Master Boot Record just sucks. Like, he's just... They have a song together? Yeah, but I would love to see them in one set together. I want to see them perform live, because I've seen Primus. Never seen Gogol Bordello. But I would like to see them at one show together. What I mean, of course Primus sucks, but what's the point? How does Primus hold up live? Mwah! Although everybody screams Primus sucks. Like the entire crowd is like, Primus sucks, Primus, and then they're just like blasting us. Yeah, it's great. It's like, send us to space, Primus Daddy. Primus is great. I've seen them open for Tool, and I've seen them open for Slayer. Is what I've seen Primus do. But no, at this point in my life, the majority of the bands on my wish list to see are all from Australia. And I've seen two of them. Tool's fine. Like, I'm not a huge fan of Tool. I went to go see Tool because I got tickets from a friend at face value, and they weren't that expensive in comparison to shows now. Like, at the time, it felt expensive because it was like $210 or something. But it's like, compared to now, I mean, here's the thing. I don't like the individual members of Tool, really. Oh, actually, here's the greatest thing from Tool. Let's see if I can find this. Hold on, I have to mute Dwarf Fortress first. Please don't send me to copyright jail, internet. Please. 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 It'll be okay. It's playing with a bunch of kids. But yeah, that's the best thing Tool ever did. That's all I have to say about Tool. Well, I know it's just Danny, but that's the greatest Tool-related thing that I've ever seen. Also, I haven't listened to their new album, but I've seen Ne Oblivious Scars before. They put on a good show. You might be going to see them for the first time in November. I don't even know what year it was. It might have been like 2016. I saw Ne Oblivious Scars. It was a long time ago. Like a long time ago. Okay, Twitch ad's about to run. After this ad is done, we'll start playing. Oh my god, it's 10:40. How the fuck did that happen? But yeah, I don't know. I think the show that I saw this year that I feel like the luckiest to have seen was seeing Dope Throne at Green Auto. Play a lot of classical piano. I finished Royal Conservatory for cello, if that means anything to you. But Dope Throne was incredible because it's like, this is a band that is quietly really big that never plays venues bigger than like 300-400 people. And I got to see them in Green Auto, which is an auto repair shop. So that was a show. Holy shit. It's the only it's the only venue that I know of that you're allowed to bring whatever you want in, as long as it's not a gun or sharp. But only play in GarageBand locations. Like, the official website for Dope Throne. Let me just show this to you while these ads are running. This is the official website for Dope Throne. Like, it's an unregistered Wix site. Like, it's there's just something about this. It's beautiful. Like, everything about this website is like the most basic shit ever. And I have a lot of respect for it, but what album do I recommend by them? I think the easiest one by Dope Throne to get into is probably Trans-Canadian Anger. But realize that they are sludge. And they're sludge to the point where I can't show any of their music videos on stream because I will get banned from Twitch. There's too much nudity in them. Too much nudity, violence, and people actually getting hurt. They are the most overproduced sludge that you will ever hear, but they can play it live. Like, actually, here's something I can show you by them. Because this won't get me in trouble. Man, the amount of sidetracking today. This is like side quest the fucking stream. Now, I apologize if the audio quality is shit. Also, I think they outdrank the crowd. It's also really funny because these guys are very, very, very French. They're from Quebec City, or Montreal and Quebec City. I think the drummer's from Quebec City. But like, every now and again, they'll just like, in between sets, just like start speaking French, and it always throws me off. But yeah, I would say, just, you know, Dope Throne's incredible. And look up the album Trans-Canadian Anger. They are super, super, super fun. It's wild how much of a powerhouse Quebec is in the metal scene. It's like Quebec, Edmonton, and Vancouver, and Calgary are the metal hotspots for Canada. Just Quebec in general, Edmonton, Vancouver, and Calgary. All right, let's play some Dwarf Fort. It's been too long. So YouTube folks, don't forget to like the YouTube stream and Twitch chat. If you guys want, you can say hi YouTube, which is saying hi to the YouTube chat and the YouTube VODs. I know why time's flying by today for me. It's because I started 5 minutes late. That's why. French metal rockers? I mean, the best part about the recent Olympics was the fact that they let Gojira play. So, you know. Also, we are currently under attack by ant people. As you do. So I'm in the process of sealing off this cavern layer completely. And also the one below it. Because I am very tired of just dealing with these caverns. I'm also in the process of removing this tree so that I can seal this off. I may end up using minecarts to seal these off, but I'm going to completely seal off this wall, and I'm going to completely seal off the upper levels of this wall. Not the water, just the upper levels. And the reason I'm doing this is because I'm very, very tired of having these ant people attacking me constantly. And the lower cavern layer is kind of in the same situation, except I'm doing this layer with lava. Primarily, this has all been sealed up with lava, and we are now going around and starting to seal this layer off. There's a few spots I still need to seal, but we are sealing this layer off as well, and I'm just going to leave the bottom layer open. Now, the reason I'm going to leave the bottom layer open is this is where the giant cave spiders are coming from, and I would very much like to catch some of those. So that's that. Let's read off the living dwarves who are in the fort. If you don't hear your name, let me know, and I will try and find you. Otherwise, presume you're dead, if I can't find you. Hardfoot is in the fort still. We have Ukeep, we have Amethyst, we have Beast Slayer, we have Astral, we have Eye Miner, we have Creed, we have Keo, we have Drosta, we have Carnitas, we have Last Grew Lyagushka, as well as Ropes, and who's still dead, and Darren, as well as a Devilish Potato. Weltenschlang, and Dave the Danger Warlock, and Sol Invictus, Red Lanterns, Gobmom, who almost died, like twice, Villy, Napalm, Ilmirin, Jasper Crow, test successful, Faint Speaker, Amber Boxer, Nodo Casa, W Tiger, El Ray 7, Buttery Whale, YouTube's Nephew, Bastet, and Presme, and we're getting to the bottom, I think. Claiborne, Glass, and Neezer. Those are all the dwarves in the fort. And as a reminder to anybody here on Twitch, it's currently 10:41 my time. Until noon my time, every single sub that Twitch has to give in my chat before noon my time, I will match with a gift sub as of noon. Meaning, currently we're at 1 because Max6 gifted out a 5-pack of subscriptions earlier. And between now and noon, every sub that Twitch has to gift, which is whenever somebody gifts more than 5 subscriptions, I will match at noon, my time. So it's either 1 sub or as many as you want it to be. It's up to you guys. Okay, so that is the fort currently. Also, Twitch chat, if you're here, can I get a round of beers? I'm curious how many people are listening to the stream right now. What is that band name? Dope Throne. D-O-P-E-T-H-R-O-N-E. Named after the Electric Wizard album. But not the Electric Wizard album. And also, their music isn't on streaming anywhere, but it is free on Bandcamp, so if you want to have their music, you can just go download it for free on Bandcamp. Because they're like, fuck these streaming companies, which, again, I respect them for it. I'm going to expand this stockpile because it needs to be expanded. All right, so the goal of this fort is to have 500 population. We were at 300 for a bit, and then that went away. So by that, I mean all of the dwarves went away. And now I'm trying to desperately, well, not desperately, keep the fort alive. And we are currently under attack by ant people who are all the way back here. So I've told the squads to go station here, and we are now going to wait for them to get through here. Although I may actually go into here and just get rid of a bunch of these cage traps and replace them with weapon traps after this siege, or after this attack comes through. So now we are at the mercy of our dwarves and waiting for a dwarf to arrive to come and get rid of these ant people. Your dwarf is still alive, Buttery Whale Fetus. Your dwarf is, in fact, still alive. Shocking as it may be, your dwarf is, in fact, still alive. Oh, yeah. Also, the frame rate is fucking terrible right now. And there's a few reasons for that. But simply put, the frame rate is real bad at this exact moment. And a lot of what I'm going to be doing today is trying to fix that and recover that. Because we were at like 60 frames a second with about the same number of dwarves before. So there's stuff somewhere that's causing us problems. We've got a swordmaster who's working their way through here. Where did that other group come from? Was it right there? Right there? Okay. Always need to make sure that there isn't other ones that I can't see. Nobody's fallen in the water yet. Uh-oh. It's okay, it wasn't a dwarf. Just the ant people. Are you gifting a dwarf to somebody? Sentient? Is that what's happening? Just looking for clarification. We do have one dwarf who's injured. They'll get tended to in a sec. So what I'm doing is I've moved my war jabberers to over here. So this area, whenever ant people arrive, hopefully the war jabberers will deal with them. And I'm going to jump up to here and deal with another ghost as they appear. Because we've got a lot of those. And let's double check to make sure I don't have any slabs that need placing. Currently, no. But as you can see, I was being very particular about my placement for coffins, and then, well, then I just started placing coffins. You can kind of tell where the fort went a little nuts, eh? Things got bad very quickly all of a sudden. Roble, what kind of dwarf would you like? What kind of dwarf would you like? How do you use the magma if you build a fortress in a volcano? Creatively. I'm sure somebody in chat can give you some ideas. I have some ideas in the Dwarf Fortress Ideas series. This says become a library. This was originally the tavern. The tavern is now over... Oops. The tavern is now over here. It has since been moved. I do currently have these turned off. I turned them off for frame rate reasons, but I may actually be turning them on in a moment. These being the fountains. I turned them off because the frame rate was getting kind of bad and I needed it to increase. But, oh, also, I'm draining my well because I want to get this body out of here. I'm draining my well because there's a corpse in it, okay? And it smells, and we need to fix that. It's a problem. So I'm going to fill the well from elsewhere. But right now, this is my well, and I need to make it stink less. I'm just going to dig a little tunnel from over here and make it possible for, you know, me to get some stuff over into here. It'll be fine. With safety in this game? I mean, that comes with experience, I think. Safety comes with experience. Any bearded dwarf is good for you. All right. I will search by happiest, and you get this blacksmith who's the happiest currently bearded dwarf. Robo. Also, I'll talk about this in a second, but I don't think this fortress is gonna become a big video, and I'll explain why. He would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth his point of view in a discussion. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and is not careful with resources when working on projects, and often spends unnecessary effort. He can be very happy and optimistic, and he dislikes helping others and tends to avoid crowds. He can handle stress and occasionally overindulges, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and he prefers to present himself modestly, and he is trusting, and he doesn't focus on material goods. He occasionally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. He can sometimes act without deliberation. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he values artwork and its creation, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He personally finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting, and values tranquility and a peaceful day, and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. And he likes gypsum and trifle pewter, as well as the color silver, gems, and backpacks, and the sight of the intricacy of glittering, and when possible prefers to consume amaranth beer, and absolutely hates worms. You are married, and you have some nieces and nephews in the fort. Some of them are dead, some of them are undead, but I'm pretty sure that your marriage is probably a good chunk of why you're so happy. So... hold on, is your wife's last name literally Keyboards? Yeah. Id Keyboards. Huh. But yeah, water safety in this game, it's dangerous. It just requires messing around. How many hours have I played Dwarf Fortress? Uncountable, because I played this game for on and off for a decade before Steam came out. For over a decade before Steam came out, so I have no idea. But in the Steam version, I have 2,500, I think. But realistically, I have no idea. 10,000 plus is generally the number I throw out, but realistically, I couldn't tell you. So... this area over here, I'm just going to start filling up with weapon traps. We're going to deconstruct this, and I'm just going to start putting weapon traps everywhere. This whole little area right here is just going to be flooded with them. Because this whole thing needs to be fixed and dealt with and sorted and improved. Because currently it is a problem. So there's just a pile of shields here and probably also spears. Yep. So let's go weapon traps. And I need rock mechanisms, because of course I do. Stop making wooden cages. Making ash. You know what? We can actually queue up lye and soap again. But yeah, the reason this fort might not become a big video is because the videos take a long time to make and require a lot of production time. And this fort is a lot more just live content than me actively trying to make a video, I think, so far. And I think that the style of video that this would be kind of replicates that feeling. So it is pretty unlikely, at least at this point, that this fortress will become a bigger video. I will keep the footage for it, so I'll hold it in the backup, and there's always the possibility that it becomes something, or parts of it become something. But at least in the current fortress, I see it as rather unlikely that this fortress will become a video. But, you know, you never know. It may happen. Never say never. However, I see it as unlikely currently. Because the next project I'm working on is the 10 years project. And then after the 10 years project, it'll be either the Halloween fort or the adventure mode video, depending on how quickly I edit. So that's kind of the order that things are currently going in. So, you know. But anyway, chat, how's your Friday so far? Hope you guys are doing well. So I need to get down into here, is what I need. I'm curious if I can chop these trees down. I guess I'm presuming they can't get into here. So what I will do is plop a door in there, and also I need to make some rock doors. Because I just ran out of doors. 150 doors, please. And also more mechanisms. As I'm defending up this cavern layer as much as goddamn possible. Just work playing Risk of Rain 2 with your friend later tonight? Sounds like fun. Did they fix that game yet? Because I know it, like, kind of had a pretty rough DLC launch. Because I played a lot of that game once upon a time with people from chat and other places. Well, these guys, these war jabbers seem to be doing all right. Although, they are going to get injured with time. They do also have a baby jabber. We've got 2 that are seriously injured already. At the very least, they'll keep things mostly sorted. Okay, now the question is... Okay, so this has already been queued up to be felled. So I have to see how well this does. Because this is not actually flowing off the map. It's just flowing out this spot right here. So if we can get these done, that'll be a massive step towards me actually knocking this down. Let's try just locking this door, see if you can go around. Yeah, down through here. Knock that down. And then this one, knock that down. Sweet. So now that that's done, I should be able to open this door. That should give you an easy way out here if you can't get out the top, but it seems like you're just able to get out the top. So these are consistently at 1 deep. Let's see if I can block it off. Although, actually, I should use something that... Blocking stuff off like this is just a lottery. Ah, shit. But it's currently shallow enough, so let's go shale. Do crundles lay eggs? Crundles do, in fact, lay eggs. I just need this to be 1 deep. Okay. So now, assuming they don't get sucked into here, there is a chance that they could build those successfully. I see that as kind of unlikely, but now I can do this. I can deconstruct this. And then I can build a wall across here and begin sealing this off. There's also a shit ton of, water right there. But let's see. What do you think, Chad? Are we going to be able to build these? Partially. It's kind of crazy just how broken that DLC was, though. Like, it's actually just amazing to me how busted it was. Like, I'm not usually the sort of person to just be, like, impressed by how broken something is, but that was impressive. Like, kind of extremely impressive. Just how broken it was. No more than 50-50. What, broken? It's pretty bad. I gotta say, that is pretty bad. Okay, so we're gonna get rid of that. And I can go over here. We can build more cage traps on this side, because this side's gonna take a lot longer to deal with. Good Friday so far. A hurricane blew through, but ended up mostly on the edge of it. Yeah, it seems like people that are getting hit by the hurricane are, like, kind of, like, not overwhelmed by it, so I guess that's a good thing. I mean, I don't know. I've been on record many times talking about how afraid of the stuff I am. Well, okay. If you want to just, like, walk up here and get caught on my cage traps, that'd be great. Or you could just, like, keep canceling construction of my weapon traps. That's also cool, I guess. Let's just plop a cage trap, like, right here. So they do still have to walk over a singular cage trap. Okay, these are now suspended, of course. Well, at the very least, they're mostly able to stand here and undo that, which is good. Not a good showing for Gearbox with the IP. Is it bad that it's exactly what I expected from Gearbox with the IP? Like, maybe I'm just a bit of a nihilist, but, like, I don't know, man. Like, that was exactly what I expected from Gearbox. Like, precisely what I expected from Gearbox. I can't cave this in from the top. All I can really do is build it across. Well, on the bright side, if I can at the very least just get these filled in. See if they can come get this boulder. Should dumping lava in it be easier? Yeah. Yeah, it would be. You're right. Dumping a little bit of lava in here would in fact be a lot easier. Like right there, I guess. You know, like, you've played too much of this video game when someone unironically says, is dumping lava in it easier? Like, that's not like an admittance of guilt. Or that's an admittance of guilt if I've ever heard one. Especially considering I already have these tunnels, like, more or less dug. Just need to specify locations a little better. I mean, is this currently dump? No, it's not currently dumping anywhere. It's this. How can I do this safely? I think from here would probably be the best way. Yeah. So what I'm going to do is I am going to let these finish building. And we're just going to dig into each of these and get these trees chopped down. And then I'll just pour lava into here. So let's move my war jabbers out here. Yep. Erase this. And get rid of this. Nib question here. So does the cave spawn enemies or intersect a map edge? Every region in the game, so every zone, every area that has a name, has a limited number of populations of different types of animals that can wander in and out of your map periodically. They breed off map and keep track of their populations. So if you just exterminate every single animal that shows up, eventually you'll just stop getting animals because they will die. They will completely die eventually. See where this is going down to here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to reroute this. Because I can go from here to over here. I can literally just connect to this. That's actually totally fine. And then I just need to put a drawbridge into this, and then pull the lever when ready. So actually, I can just get rid of all these. Get rid of all this, and then just dig a hole, like, right here. Right here. And then right here. And that should be fine. 2 more hours of work done. You got this. I have faith. But yeah, every single region for every single type of map has a limited number of things that can appear in it. So one of the reasons I like Dwarf Fortress is because, like, the populations and creatures that you're fighting against are actually coming from a limited pool. It's not like, oh, there's just unlimited monsters here or whatever. It's very much there is a believable number of limited creatures available per map. And also, chat, it's Friday. Fridays are the quietest day of the week for my streams generally because people are busy on Fridays. They don't have as much free time on Fridays. People don't tune into my streams as much on Fridays. So the nicest thing you can do for me and my channel on a Friday is simply keep that chat moving. So any conversation, questions about the game or whatever, anything that can keep the chat moving is greatly appreciated. Okay, so this one's going to be the next one to collapse. Although I do need to throw floor grates and floor grates into these. And I also need a door here and a door here. Yeah. And a wall here. And eventually a wall there as well once that floor grate's in place. But that floor grate needs to go into place first. And we can do this one. Although, this one doesn't really matter anymore. But once that floor grate's in, we can do that one. So I can actually channel you up. I can do this side. So this will start to drain. But this upper one here should just be this for the time being. A blacksmith was found dead. God knows what happened. Bax got into a fight with something. Ah, a cave crocodile. I don't see this cave crocodile. There's still a crocodile on the map. Yes, there is. Ah, well, rest in peace, Bax. Close for you as well. 2 more hours. What happens in 2 hours for you, Darius? What's your first agenda for the weekend, if I can ask? First on the agenda for the weekend for me is usually go grocery shopping. Because I'm a very exciting person who lives an adult life. And so thus I have to, you know, go grocery shopping on the first day of my weekend. You were gonna say groceries? Yeah, there you go. We're all on the same page here. All at the same level of life. Why is there a giant olm here? So this is gonna get dug down. This one will start draining. Then we'll just do these two. Get this one draining. And I can probably tell them to dig into this. Actually, let's just dig out all this. Although, actually, let's dig this up and don't do that. Just dig it up. Just dig up. How's your dwarf doing? Very happy and alive. Currently drinking is what Godin is doing. Any reason to use grates over bars? No, but I have grates made, so I'm using them. Although, actually, there is one. Bars still show up in your bars inventory here. So if you have a bunch of constructed bars, say made of iron, they'll show up in here as just iron bars. Whereas if they're grates, then the iron bars have been made into a different item. Grates also have higher value than bars. Those are the main differences. Okay, so this one is now draining. Not draining enough, though, so I need a secondary drain for this side. This keeps getting forbidden. I don't know why. Let's also just do this and this. Get this side draining down as well. Let's check crimes. Zasset was convicted of some crimes. Typical dwarf. Okay, so you are just going to keep going in a straight line all the way up to here. I feel like my miners are busy. And also working very slowly. Yeah, this is the biggest one, so this is going to be a bit of a problem for us. And also, there's too many miners that are undead. Undead are really bad at being miners because they're very, 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 very slow. Also, there is a leaf blower just outside of my apartment. It's really loud. I'm gonna go turn it down because it's annoying. By that, I mean close the door. Boozing up is step 2. What, for the weekend? Another dwarf's been found dead. It's another crocodile. Starting to see why this fort's becoming an issue, Chad. Should be 2 tomb jobs. Okay, you're hauling that. Sweet. Yeah, I don't know. This is just... this fortress is just becoming... not pain, but... these caverns are becoming pain. And in order for the fort to survive long-term and actually be able to achieve its goal, I need to stop this problem. Very much need to stop this problem. But this isn't going to dig all the way up. This just needs a doorway in it. Aquifer cavern? No, trying to dam off the edges of caverns. The problem is there's trees that are touching the edge of the cavern that are underwater. So I'm trying to get the trees unflooded enough so that I can chop them down so that I can pour lava on the water in the cavern to seal off the cavern. That's what I'm trying to do. There is an aquifer in the bottom cavern, the 3rd cavern layer, but that's not the cavern that we're in right now. We're in the 1st cavern layer. Undead in the fort? Oh, we got a lot of those. Unfortunately, it's kind of annoying. I don't like them, but they were fun in the last fort. This fort, they're just kind of a pain in the ass. In the urist, I mean. Also happy to help Jack in the YouTube chat. I don't think we'll ever get dwarven smoking, and I doubt there will ever be weed implemented into Dwarf Fortress. It's not on the to-do lists anywhere, so it's probably one of those things that'll be relegated for mods. This is why I don't like speculating on things about Dwarf Fortress. It goes from me saying, hey, this is a thing I would like to see because I think it would be fun. And then whenever I do it, inevitably it leads to people saying, when do you think this feature will be implemented? Well, it probably won't be, which is like, you know, why I don't like speculating on things. Okay, so this can go away here. Can channel up on this side. Yeah, I am on record many times over saying I don't like speculating on things. So, actually, let's get rid of this. Though I do need that door done before this is done. So I have to, well, let's just remove that until that door is in. So now this one's draining, but it's not draining nearly fast enough. Snatchers. Whoa! They made it all the way into the fort. That's not comfortable. That means I need to allow my guinea hen to be able to see. That's what I need. It's okay, they won't live very long, the Snatchers. Did I not flip this switch? Oh, I see the problem. Because this is still hooked up. This is still not pumping. And I need that hooked up for this side. Okay, so I need to go into here, and I need a drawbridge. Swiper, no swiping. I mean, Snatcher, no snatching. Let's also make iron mechanisms. 10 of them. Go back over to the far side of this. Speculating with DF, I think, is especially frustrating because of the long time span of the development. Yep. Which is why, like, yeah, Mists and Magic is going to be really cool, but I don't like to talk about it because it's not relevant to the next year and a half, really, if not longer, of development of the game. It's like the only things that I'm really looking forward to in Dwarf Fortress right now are things that are confirmed to be being worked on. Like, I am looking forward to the finalization of the villains updates, which were started a long time ago. I am looking forward to adventure mode leaving the beta branch and going into the main branch. I am looking forward to all of that sort of stuff. And then those are the types of updates that I am keen for. And I think that it's very easy to just be, you know, for lack of a better term, super excited about stuff that in all practicality, we won't see for a very long time. You know, like we are realistically not going to get any sort of Myths and Magic for quite some time. We are not going to get any sort of real changes to Fortress mode world gen for quite some time. Tarn is working. I think that's a post-adventure mode release, although it might not be. It might be like an adventure mode release. Tarn has redone a lot of the world gen stuff for human cities to make them more interesting. Make the game more roguelike-y, again, with procedural dungeons, which is what the sewers were intended to be originally. You know, stuff like that. You know, fuck it. Let's try again. Try and block this off a little bit. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's certainly stuff that I'm excited to see with Dwarf Fortress, but I think just speculating about stuff that we're not going to see for a long time is not quite a lost cause, but doesn't really benefit anybody. Is the simplest way to say it. I mean, why would you want something that kills the FPS though, right? Like, I don't see how that would benefit the game, certainly. Unless that's not like what you're intending to say, but like that's certainly how it reads. Besides, like, a lot of that stuff, the reason it's not been re-implemented yet is because they want the performance increases to be such that they are not going to wreck your frame rate, that they are going to be playable. And I would actually argue that that's more important. One dragon kills FPS? No, it doesn't. One dragon hurts FPS until it rains, and then FPS comes back. Or until the fires burn out. So, no, it doesn't kill FPS because FPS doesn't have a self-prescribed necromancer to resurrect it constantly, which this would imply because FPS go away and then FPS come back. It's not dead. So humbly disagree. All right. I mean, that'll show you for stealing your valuable booze. Morning, Havoc. Yeah, I'll tell you this. I don't want things that wreck the frame rate. Like, you know, I don't care if this game runs perfectly. I don't think it needs to run perfectly. I think, like, it's slowing down to 20 FPS is perfectly fine. Like, that will never bother me. But genuinely, the things that I'm the most excited to see about this game is frame rate getting better and new stuff being drip fed in. Because it's not my place to say the direction that the development of this game should go. It won't ever be my place to say the direction that the development of this game should go. And there's already enough content in this game to keep me playing it for thousands of hours. So, yeah, it'd be nice for it to have more. And it'll get more slowly. It'd be nice for the modding tools to be better, and they're getting better slowly. And it would be nice for the frame rate to be better, and they're getting better slowly. But one thing at a time, and I'm not in a rush. I'll still be here. Like, I think that there will always be piles of unrealistic expectations for this game and games like it. And that is to be expected to a degree. But you've had forts suddenly lose 30 to 4 FPS and you can't find the cause? I could probably find the cause. I mean, like, we were down to 10 FPS at the start of today, and I fixed it already. It was killing the ant people. But yeah, I mean, this game needs features, it needs fixes, it needs stuff to be worked on, but I think that I just want Dwarf Fortress to continue being Dwarf Fortress more than anything. And I know that that's a very boring answer, but it's the best one that I can give. Because if I give any different answer, it wouldn't be an honest answer. Okay. So these are now shallow enough that I should be able to cave them in. This one, not just yet. We're going to need to do some things to let this one flood quicker. So I'm going to dig through this and let it flow this way so that we can maybe get into here to chop these down. I'll set those both to be chopped. And these ones should be able to be chopped down now because they are shallow enough currently. Investing 1 will get you 1 or 0 back. And if you want to know how many you have, type in ! tickets. And if you've already invested, you can't reinvest, so you've already invested 1. Pro tip, don't ever invest 1. Invest a minimum of 2 if you're going to mess around with that system. Terrified while in conflict with what? I don't see it, so instead I will just simply tell 2 squads to go stand here for a little bit and kill whatever it is. That's the problem. But we were in conflict with something for a second there. And I have no idea what it was, because there's soldiers here now and they don't seem particularly concerned. That tree is trying to get chopped down. Same with those 2. These ones will now be reachable, which is good. Okay, we'll just let them retreat. Woodcutters. Let's just remove your other tasks, because I just want them chopping these trees down. Cave crocodile's fighting again. Who's now dead. This is why I sealed these water areas off initially, was because there's just cave crocodiles constantly coming out of them. Although it kind of sucks, and I wish I had more access to them because, like, I could actually get a breeding pair because I have 2 trapped cave crocodiles already, but. Sorry, I didn't realize I had so many things in cages. All right, well, let's just. Train everything I can and eat what I can and then throw the rest into the volcano. What's up, Welshie? How's things? Oh no. We'll hope they're getting well soon. They're coughing like a 98-year-old smoker. That's obviously specific. Oddly specific. But hope they get well soon. Yeah, I don't know. Fridays are... when I stream on Fridays, it's my short stream. And when I stream on Fridays, it's usually the quietest stream I do of the week, just in general. So it is what it is. I know what I'm getting into when I stream on a Friday. Yeah, oh, no, absolutely. Lots of illness is directly connected to starting school. It's a widely known fact. Giant cave toad is fighting with a dwarf. And I was going to say, did you just kill a dwarf? There's a child in here. There you go. Get out. Let's just send the rest of the military down here as well. Just kill that toad. Sweet. Got it. Oh, there's another one. Man. You know, these are probably pretty effective animal traps, actually. Just constantly draining into the lower levels of the caverns, but, like... just put cage traps right here. They appear in here, just get flushed down into here, and then caught. Maybe I should leave one of these running. Yeah, I mean, it's an abnormality for sure. And it's appreciated shit. Just had a pretty big cave-in. Don't think anybody's dead, though. Okay, I think you should be okay. Wow. It's kind of a miracle that nobody died in that. Id, the blacksmith, has created Thadak Rulush, a copper weapon rack, and offers it to the small farm. I will check that in a second. It's going to take a moment for them to get put away. Uh-oh. I had a suspicion that would happen. Rest in peace, devilish potato. You were not long for this world. You were a good dwarf.
Bring out your dead!
At least a tomb is already available and waiting for you. Another pop decrease? Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I knew that that would probably happen when I told them to chop those trees down. That was a very, very, very likely thing from the get-go. And the reason I say that that was very likely was because there was stone, or not stone, but like lava floor on top of these. So it was kind of a given that something like that was going to happen. Okay, so now what I need to do is just forbid everything that isn't Devilish's body. Same with the upper layers, and then just be like, dwarves, get the hell out of here. Okay. Devilish is being taken to a tomb. Is the corpse marked as melting down? No. Item the corpse is lying on is melted as melting down. Oh, also down here needs to be... You need to... There's just stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks and stacks of items. You need to just get out of here there, dwarf. There you go. Or go out that way, that's fine. Must you clean this area? Like, is that really necessary? I mean, okay. If you insist, I will go up to here and then go all the way down to this. And then go, did I put a lever anywhere close to this? I don't think I did. So I will just plop one right here. I'm gonna go type in the word, well, not mechanisms just yet, but we have an ad break. When the ad break hits, I will pause the game. And will not unpause until ad break is done. I just need all this to be done here. And I need this removed and a door installed here. And also a door installed over here. Once this is constructed, then I will connect this to this drawbridge. Then I will raise the drawbridge. And then I have a one-button solution to just start this thing flooding. That's quite the weather. Take care of yourself, Ilmirin. It's not stealing if they're out there in the public, though. Username lost. You can assign it to a noble, name I can't read, in regards to artifacts. You struggle to get invested. Psychologic, there's a room, or not a room, there's a room on my Discord called DF Questions where you can probably get ideas. But on the Dwarf Fortress wiki, there is a page called Playstyle Challenge, which is just like dozens of player-made goals. If you're not afraid of reading, it's a good place. I'll also link in the Twitch chat for anybody who hasn't seen it. Hey chat, it's 11:39 in the morning. Between the start of the stream and noon, my time, so in the next 20 minutes, every sub that Twitch gifts, I am matching. Twitch has had to gift one sub due to a 5-pack earlier today. Currently there is a promotion going on here on Twitch where if you give 5 or more gift subs in a stream, then Twitch adds some on top. I've seen up to 3 for a 5-pack of subs, but the number goes up based on how many are gifted. So in the next 20 minutes, I'm willing to gift up to 50 subscriptions, which probably won't happen in the next 20 minutes, but in the next 20 minutes, if you've been thinking about chucking subs, now would be a time to do it because you can make me match them. Or you can just, not worry about it and just help me keep the chat moving. But just saying that is a thing that's currently happening, and it's a promotion that I am matching until noon, my time. So 20 minutes. Is this dwarf stuck here? It looks like I have a dwarf who's stuck here. Now I have to gift 3 subs by 7. Ficus Monet, thank you very much for checking out 7 gifts. Appreciate you. I'm making Twitch gift 2. So that's 3. Huh. Whoa. I have a question. What the hell caused Twitch to gift 50 subs? Am I counting those? Because those weren't caused by... did that happen because we hit 50? Whoa. I'm gonna say I'm not counting those 50 because that would just insta max out my thing. But also, wow. Holy shit. Xylium, thanks for gifting 5 subs. Appreciate you. So I will count 1 for Xylium and the 2 that went out from Monets, so that's 4. But that's absurd. Wow. What on earth happened? I have no idea. Oh, I won the lottery, maybe? I don't know. You dodged. There you go. Yeah, I don't know. I'm flabbergasted is what happened. My guess is 50 is a glitch. If that's a glitch, it's the best glitch I've ever seen in my life, man. I know that there's like random chances that you can get larger numbers, so it could be that. This dwarf is missing a nose. Hopefully next glitch is 500. I don't know. I want to know what happens when Twitch gets up to 100 subs gifted. That's what I want to know. Also, if you guys don't start a hype train, I will in a second. Because that'll level up to like level 7 or something immediately. Twitch server error in my favor. This best server error I've ever seen. Okay, is this lever done yet? Yes, it is. So let's go to mechanisms and forbid everything that isn't iron. Unforbid this one. Link lever. Unpause. And done. Devilish Potato, thanks for the 5-pack of gift subs. And now that's 5 subs I have to gift. 6, 7, 8. 8 subs I have to gift. Thank you very much, Darius, for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. Twitch gifts extra subs on top of a minimum of 5 subscriptions. And I guess Xylium won the lottery and I got 50. Which made me win the lottery. Which is insanity, actually. Per 5 subs is usually 1. Yes. Usually 1 subscription. You wonder if it has an upper limit? I have no idea. So I was at 7, right? 8, 9, 10, I think. There's some cave dwellers appearing. Let's see how well my new trap setup works. Are they fighting with a dwarf? So they're definitely... Oh, I see. They're just stealthed. I'm just going to forbid everything that's back here real quick. So these dwarves turn around. Send the squads this way. Salikhan, thank you very much. Appreciate you. For the 2nd month, welcome back. But yeah, holy shit. That's all I can say. That is an absurd amount of money that I just got for nothing from Twitch. So, well, not nothing, but thank you. Well, I can't complain about anything today, that's for sure. Salikhan, thanks for the additional 10. And Twitch tossed out 2. Thank you. I know I'm not like sitting here and reading all these fights, but they're just over so quickly. And they're kind of non-fights, at least right now. This dwarf seems like they need help. And was running away in fear, I think. So hold on, I need to do a little bit of math here. Just give me a second here. I need to get caught up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm up to 12 subs I have to gift.
Bring out your dead.
Okay, I think I can pretty much do this. I just need this to be connected. Then I can go to mechanisms. And forbid all these. Oh, damn it. Grr. Screwed that up. Clicked the wrong one, which was enough to cancel the job. So 12, 13, 14. Thank you, Creed. New Bezos bucks dropped? Large amount of Bezos bucks dropped. Oh, your test successful. Well, cheers. Thank you much, mate. It's neat watching the accounts bleed over from one into another. Yeah, we sort of got the super rare from a gacha machine. But thanks, Creed. There's 2 hours you made me work? Oof. Sorry, man. I mean, I didn't make you do anything. I just said what I would do. Oopsies. Jeez. I mean, I've done better these last 2 days than I did in the first 3 weeks of this month. So, yeah. Creed, I took that personally. Yeah, well, Swim club represent the rep in that swim club. Machine Waters Swim Club. The first Fortress-specific merch I ever did. Now you actually get to use those crypto modes. I would give you more on YouTube if I could. I'm doing something right? Oh, I've always presumed I've done something right. It's just a minimal something. How's that Craftsdwarf shop doing? Okay, it's finally satisfied. Or the Craftsdwarf's guild, rather. Let's see, my Baron isn't thrilled with their bedroom. That's the Baron's bedroom. Let's put that artifact weapon rack into here. It's actually my second artifact weapon rack. What kind of dwarf would you like, Ilmirin? I would recommend making it into a pillow, because that's what I do with old band shirts, or what I used to do with old band shirts. Now I just don't have enough band shirts, so I just don't bother anymore. Okay, so you're almost done with this. So chat, there's 30 seconds left in the hype train, and 12 minutes left in my incentive. Contanium, thanks for the 5-pack, and also for the additional 2. So 14, 15, 16 is what I'm at now. But it's a very big hype train, so that'll be difficult as hell to make it level up again. But thank you so much for those gifted subs. Yeah, I'm matching. So this is what we need done. But thanks for the biggest hype train I've had since I don't know when. Like, genuinely, I have no idea the last time I had a hype train that. It might have been when last time somebody went nuts. Yeah, 116 subs, 50 of which were Twitch. Jeez. Well, anyway, we still have an additional 10 minutes. But thank you. It means the world to me. Thanks for helping keep this channel funded, chat. Oh, I need silk. A lot of random zombie visitors. This dwarf moves really slowly. Probably because you're weak and carrying an iron mechanism. Yes, you did in fact hit the button, and I asked you what kind of dwarf you would like, and I didn't see a response. Are you who's potato salad? Like that's are you talking about Devilish Potato? Because Devilish Potato just had just died, unless you're talking to somebody else. I don't know who or what a potato salad is. It's like, I get it, it's Xylium, but like you're expecting me to like grab onto your memes without explaining what your meme is. What? So was I at 16? 14, 15. That brings me up to 16. So Xylium, what kind of dwarf do you want then? If Ilmirin is giving it to you. Mr. Spider-Man, sir, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Greatly appreciated. You asked if someone could give Xylium a dwarf. Sorry, this is like a 3-stage process, Sentient. So it's like, it's a 3-stage process, and I don't know who's talking about what. And so one person redeems a dwarf and says potato salad, and I'm sitting here going like, what? There's a sentient potato and a devilish potato in my chat. Who's the salad? Anyway, so you want a weaponsmith? Well, I got lots of blacksmiths and metalsmiths. Let me scroll down and see if I get any weaponsmiths. I have, like, one unnamed weaponsmith, this dwarf. He's a little pissy, though. I would be, too, if I was eating hemp flour, though. Right, Sentient. Xylem does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with his respective martial prowess. He's had injuries in the past, which is why he's using a crutch. He can get caught up in internal deliberation when action is necessary. He's curious and eager to learn and quick to anger. He likes to take it easy, and he does not... and he tends to not reveal personal information. He is slow to trust others. And, he has an active sense of humor and often feels envious of others and tends to hold onto grievances. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and runs his fingers through his hair when he's nervous, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally, has a high ideal for those... He views tranquility... He views decorum as a high ideal and is deeply offended by those that fail to maintain it, and would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder, and thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting, and respects power and values nature and dreams of mastering a skill. He likes rhyolite and steel and green zircon and willow wood in the color crystal glass and giant echidna leather and loon tooth and rope reed fabric and the color ivory, warhammers and the words of the intricate lark and the sound of the sweetness of lilacs, and when possible prefers to consume one-upped camel cheese and pineapple wine and cacao beans, and absolutely hates cave spiders. You do actually have some family, and your older brother lives in the fort who's also a blacksmith. And your cousin is dead, rest in peace. And that's everything. Welcome to the fort. Here's the thing, it is true. Fridays are generally a bit slow. Like, less people tune in on Fridays. It's like, it's the most requested day that I stream, but it's also like the day that the least people tune in. Because I think a lot of, as I think Darren has mentioned in chat, I think it's Darren who's mentioned this in chat, some people get off work early. People are quick to like go do weekend things and like not chill in the evening kind of deal. Like, it makes sense. But, which is why it makes sense as the shorter stream day as well. But today has been very nice. It's covered my vacation fund, which has been the jokey, this is the thing I'm trying to make money towards, is my vacation for a while. But because I'm taking a couple days off next month. Cemetery. Yep, big cemetery. If you refresh, you'll see it. I see it on my screen. Sounds like cookies haven't caught up yet. I'm just going to slaughter this jabber just because I've got a bunch of others and I don't need an extra one hanging around that needs to be trained. So now I'm just waiting for a door to get over here. Oh shit. Am I really back up into the 50s for the frames, or was that just because I was paused? Man, back up to 50 FPS is pretty good. Although we did lose like 50 dwarves, so maybe that's got something to do with it. Goblin over here. Get that digging. Now we just need to wait for a dwarf who's coming to channel this down. May come from here. May come from over here. Here they come. Now let's just hope that this doesn't erupt and set this dwarf on fire, because that would be awkward. It might, but also might not. All right, sweet, it didn't. Now I can lock that, and then I can just go pull this lever. And hope that it's not going to flood anything. Lock this. Lock this. Should be fine. And can lock this. And then the other thing I need to do is I need to go up to here and also pull this lever. Oh. You know, I just realized that I'm currently shooting lava out onto the surface. Well, that's fine. I'm just not going to worry about it for right now. It's not actually that big of a deal. I can fix that by just simply doing this. It is a bit of a deal, though, because it's going to slow down the amount of lava that can come out of here and go into this way. It's fine. Because it'll stop this from pumping right now, which stops this. So then this can just fill up this area and not worry so much about it. Although maybe I should actually just pull this lever up for a second. Just let the thing fill. So popping this up will just let this area finish refilling, because currently it's partially drained. So we can this can just fill this area down here up all the way. And then once this is up to 7x7, and this is all 7x7, because it's going to fill quite quick, as you can see, then more lava will go down here more faster, and it'll go into this lower area and fill this faster. So it's just quicker overall to do it this way. So I said 16, right? Hold on, let me just count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Yes. 16 plus, we'll say 17. Right at the wire. Hey, run. All right. So, also the reason I'm doing these incentives is, which I could just keep going until the end of the stream, but I think you guys have done enough for me, to be honest. And I do have a credit card budget I need to stay within. But the reason I'm doing these incentives is, this event that Twitch is doing, this sale goes on until the 30th. I won't be streaming again until the 1st after today, so I will be missing it. And this is the best time for me to gift subs in my own chat, because I get tax deductions, and also Twitch gifts extras on top of it. So, you know, it's like me paying myself to pay Twitch, I guess. All right, are we all the way up to 7 of 7? Looks like it. And you're done pumping. Okay, now I can drop this. Yeah, the tomb complex is kind of massive. Out of necessity. So chat room, can I get a huge round of beers? Oh shit, I got lumpy beef broth in there. Lump beef broth is somebody who was subscribed to me for like 60 plus months, but has been very absent as of late. It's cool. Glad I landed one that I know quite well. There's a few in there right now, actually. That's the most notable one. All right, this is all filling real quick now, which is what we need to see. See, it's all going up to 7 of 7. Filling all the way up.
Woo!
Filling all this up. Going all the way along. So this needs to get to right here. And then fall into here. Burn that crocodile and seal this lower area down here off. That's what this needs to do. That is the goal of this. That is the intent. That is the goal. That is the hope. It's another female one, or I would actually try to catch it. My lines are more organic and winding. I do that intentionally. This is actually like I personally think that the city layer. I think this is too much of a grid for me a little bit. Like this isn't my favorite looking city I've made, but it gets the job done enough. So let's hope that there's enough lava here to actually fill up all three of these. There should be, because it should just overflow eventually, but we'll see in a moment. Is that an artifact? No. Oh yeah, no, there's plenty. There's plenty. So that's now flooding down. So you're no longer draining. I will probably get this lava out of here later, though. It's also probably going to destroy these traps, which is fine. It's also falling down on this side. That's that done. Less places for the cave crocs to come into the map. Less places for the giant olms to come into the map. And then this lower map down here that I'm currently flooding can, you know, get flooded a little less, I guess. Because the water is going to stop flowing down here. Raucous success, I say. Just need 3 more. Actually, pleasantly surprised that I didn't end up with any lava flowing down here. I kind of thought that would happen, but there we go. That's 1, 2. And 3. Done. So that water is now sealed. We're just going to let this sit until the rest of the water here is gone. And then I will redirect this to over here. Because this is the next spot I got to do like that. Right here, basically. So I think I will probably just redirect the lava flow to basically like right there. Just dump it out right there. So I just need to block that off, that's it. All right. Easy does it. Now we just need to wait for it to drain for a little bit. Let's also check the surface because I need to slightly adjust how I'm defending this here. I think probably dig a little square out around this and put a drawbridge on top of it. Yeah, probably that. I think that'll work. Actually, yeah, actually, here's what I'll do. I'll dig over to here and put a drawbridge in here. That's what we'll do. We'll do it that way. But yeah, seriously, shout outs to Twitch for the 118 subscriptions gifted in my chat in the last 2 days. Like that went a long way. Like that is a lot of money. So yeah, we're good for the rest of the month, chat. You guys don't need to give me anything else for the rest of the day, unless you really want to. Like I'm good. That's it. Unless you have Prime subs, stuff that doesn't cost you anything. Where the fuck did you come from? War jabber? Gah, I need to put traps into here too. I mean, it's okay. Now they're just coming from different angles. I'm gonna presume... Actually, where the hell are they coming from? I was gonna say, I'm gonna presume I know where they're coming from, but actually, no, I don't, because these are war jabberers. So they'd be coming from a lower cavern layer, probably? Could have come from here. Possibly? I don't think Jeff Bezos will notice, but... Okay, number one, Twitch is not Jeff Bezos. That's the first thing. Two, I don't get paid by Amazon. I get paid by Twitch Interactive, which is based out of California. Three, I get paid in Canadian dollars directly to either PayPal or my bank account, and I choose PayPal because it's got less fees than going directly to my bank account. I don't know why everybody presumes that I'm paid by Amazon. I'm not. I'm trying to fully secure the top 2 cavern layers. Is what I'm going for. I'm also trying to figure out where these guys came from. Because currently, I have no idea. And also, good lord, Rithras always have a lot of blood in them. Like, look at that. It's just absurd. The amount of, like, carnage that comes out of a Ruthra.
Howdy blind, chat.
Also, crap, we were in an ad. My bad. Try to be better about pausing during those. How you doing, Noel, man? It's good to see you, dude. Oh, they're probably coming from here. But that's blocked off. Oh, I see. It's still accessible here. I thought I blocked this layer off, but nope. Okay, so this is draining pretty rapidly. I should be able to just walk to here. Yep. And then I just need to wait for this to drain enough that I can wall this off. And then we're good to go. There's a petition. Most of these are just random zombie who was zombified in fort wants to join the fort now. That's generally all those are. Not sure what happened there. Okay, how come that's not too close to the edge, but this is? It's kind of vexing. Okay, so what I'll do instead is this. Hey, chat. Nullman JP kept that sub alive for a 20th month on a 20 sub streak. Chat, can I get a round of beers for that? Appreciate you. Underground? No, the lava needs to get above ground is the problem. So underground makes this a little bit redundant. But I can fix it. I can just push it this way. Because I need it to come up here, basically. Is the problem. But that's not technically underground. Or it was. Or it shouldn't be considered underground. Also, the other area I can go is I can go across here. Just letting some of this water out. This is also draining pretty quick. Pretty damn quick. Let's throw a door in here and a door right there. I would like this done faster than not, so probably what I'm going to do, actually, is just wait for this to be done, and maybe even... Fuck it, I'll tempt fate. Run away quickly, dwarf. There you go. Give it more space to drain. But basically, I need to... block this off, essentially. Need a door, like right there. Or right here, even. Actually, I could probably just cave a thing in. Although I may have just, like, canceled their way over here. Yeah, it's now a little sketchy. It'll be fine. Yep. It's now officially not fine. How's things? Things is good. This morning's been a little crazy, I will say. You are a baron. Still. I'm not sure if you knew, but your dwarf is a baron. All right, kiddo, that's not a good spot to play make-believe. Like, you're right next to a wheelbarrow that might catch fire in a minute. What's the safest way to exterminate corpses in a cursed biome? Lava. Although it depends on how cursed the biome is. Also, I want to confirm my statement. Okay, so in... Okay, so in the 3 streams I've done this week, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I made more than half of what I did from the 1st to the 24th. Actually, sorry, I can include an extra day in there. Yeah, more than half. So thank you. This week has been nuts. So I appreciate you guys. Really means a lot. Because, like, you know, Actually, the easier way to do this would just be to make it all flat. Do a dig up here. And then, oh, sweet. That's convenient. It's already set up and ready to go. Now I just need a lever. Cancel that door. Wheelbarrow go burn. Rest in peace. Finally crafted hazelwood wheelbarrow. Yeah, the whole reason I'm doing this way is this is going to be faster than waiting for it all to dry up. Besides, who doesn't like dropping stuff on stuff? That's kind of fun. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not going on vacation until mid-October. It's kind of risky to talk about vacations in this industry because people stop looking for your content, but I won't be going on vacation until mid-October. But thank you. I hope to have a good vacation. Vacations are something of a mystery to me. They've never really been a consistent thing I've had, so. Okay, well, I need this to be done building before I can really do much else. Otherwise, this is just going to cave in and take a dwarf with it. Which pretty much would be a death sentence. I could also just dump a bucket of water into this, but that would be too easy. Too easy and too uninteresting. You know, I could also just dig directly up to here. Probably make this a much faster process. But then you get into weird things that post like 3 times a year, so you're obviously not spiders. Here's the thing, right? The industry has changed a lot, but specifically the portion of the industry that punishes vacations are daily uploaders and streamers. Because streamers, like myself, of course, there are people who have been around for a long time and people watch consistently. Yes, I stream on Fridays. It's in the schedule, technically. I just don't do it every Friday. But people get into habits, right? And people that they watch every day. Going on vacation gives people the opportunity to form habits of watching new people, which is a constant fear. While I don't think it's 100% consistent that people will tune out and never tune back in if you go away for a little bit, there is enough proof there and enough consistency there that absolutely taking time off can cause rather large deficiencies in income because you basically make no money the days that you don't work. So unless your audience overcompensates for the amount of money you lost during your vacation, you generally lose money. That's the first thing. But also, there will always be a portion of the audience that will find somebody new to watch in that time. And then by the time you come back, if you're gone for 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever, for like a normal vacation time, some people won't ever come back. And I've taken vacations before that are like a week, and it always happens. Every time. And you never know how much is going to be there, so it's enough of a potential loss with each vacation that it is extremely disincentivized to take vacations because we don't get paid time off and we don't get, you know, any of that. And then also the other side is if you make YouTube videos, if you get off of your upload schedule, whatever that may be, if it's up once every 3 months, that's one thing. If it's once every 2 months, that's one thing. If it's 5 times a week, that's another thing. You have to rebuild the YouTube algorithm to recommend you again if you change your schedule. So if you make YouTube videos once a month and you take a 3-week vacation and you're going to miss a month, you have to get 2 videos out or 2 videos ready in the same amount of time if you don't want to lose that. And a lot of people who do take vacations in this industry have paid editors. So they just give them a bunch of footage and say, make more shit. Or you'll see things like compilation videos pop up, like low effort stuff. YouTube is less of a problem in that way. Whereas streaming, because it's literally an act of being live, it is more of a problem. All right, so Webs. Uh-oh. Like Vukruk said, who's wishing I would just suffer and sliver on the ground like an upset moron. But, no, we'll be fine. Towering crocodile. It has 3 broad horns and it belches and croaks. Its cream scales are blocking and overlapping. Beware its webs. The last web creature didn't make it very far. But this one's in kind of an awkward spot. So we'll see how this goes. Which squad are you in? You're a Swords Dwarf? So this thing is currently very distracted by a Drothla, and I have a dwarf here who's about to die. Or maybe not. Yep. Did get some hits in, though. I'm going to go back here and forbid everything back here. Critter is coming through the water, which is actually a benefit to us. Especially if it sticks to that route. Well, I guess it heard me. Eh, maybe not. So here's the thing. Windows is a stupid OS, and is currently breaking the Windows version of Steam. So if it's not launching, there is a beta branch that you can go to, separate branch, or you can just go to the go to the public beta and try that. But it'll let you go back to version 112, 50.12. I think they put out a post about it yesterday. Yeah, right here. Or no, where was it? Oh, this. A word of warning. There it is. It's the Steam C++ redistributable, which you think may be resolved, but you recommend playing the new patch with the new patch with a save file you don't mind potentially losing. So try jumping to a different version. Would be my advice. But I don't know. I haven't had to fix it. I've just seen people commenting about it. Place here and place there. Or update your OS. Those are your 2 options. All right, kid, this is all your fault here. So I'm going to turn this on. Whenever you're done playing at your leisure, please go elsewhere. Or you'll just die, and that'll be fine too. So you can't see babies. Mm-hmm. That is the truth. Yeah, the last web spitter, I think we lost 4 dwarves total. There we go. You shooting bolts? Nope. Thought I saw a bolt go out, but back up, dwarves. Back up. There we go. I should put a door up here. But yeah, Twitch, apparently Dwarf Fortress has been having a lot of trouble with the built-in Steam redistributables. So it is getting hit with steel and iron bolts now. My Marks Dwarves are doing their job, turning it into a pin cushion. Shaken to the core and bleeding heavily. And it's getting hit actively. So whenever I unpause game, the game pauses again when a new item happens, and it's getting hit with steel bolts, and they've killed it. I don't know why you decided to just jump into the water there, Ming, but you've climbed out now. So, well done to the Marks Dwarves. I call that a success. That's why you don't have to be afraid of web spitters if you have Marks Dwarves. Now, let's see if I can pull this lever. Oops. So it'll probably come from this way. Dwarf wanted to retrieve a bolt. That's it's possible that that's what he was going for. That or Dwarf just wanted to fight. If a Dwarf is like super brave, they will just charge in. Let's see who is pulling the lever. Of course, it's always this Goblin Poet, which I think is kind of interesting. Well, I'm an idiot. I thought that there was another layer between this. So I'm just going to do this. And lock this door. Fortunately, there's not actually that much water down here. Or lava down here. Fortunately. But I can just turn this into a pit pond zone and dig through it now. Drain it out that way. This is actually kind of fine. Why no face cam? Because I turned it off during combat scenes and I hadn't leaned over to turn it back on yet. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Also, helmet snakes, weirdly dangerous, by the way. Very poison. Child slipped into depression. Also got a bunch of crimes against Zasset. Two dwarves filling pond. Why? Oh, right. Yeah, I don't currently have an underground well. I need to fix that. Yeah, that should be fine. That should be accessible. And we've also gotten this body out of here, which is also good. And I should also be able to place one here. And realistically, I should just connect this to here. All right. So now I'm just waiting for dwarves to come dump buckets of water into here. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Excellent. What's up, Snowball? Uh-oh. More cavern dwellers, surprise. Looks like we killed a few of them with the cage traps, but 'tis not enough. Let's just go farming. Place the next nest box in here. Let's go back to Forbidden. And they're all still stationed over on the other side, which is actually oddly convenient. That might be a good time to run away there, kiddo. Yeah, they're currently dodging my traps. You see, that's just trying to stab somebody. There they are. Quick and easy discovery. Uh-oh. Why would you do that, Dwarf? I mean, was it worth it? Because, man, I wish it was. I think this dwarf's gonna drown. There you go. Rest in peanuts there, dwarf. It's okay, though. Once this is blocked off with this, I can absolutely retrieve that body. Sploosh indeed. You're assuming the danger is all the lava topside. I have no idea what you mean, really. No, the lava is not the danger. Lava's fine. It's good that we have lots of lava. So I guess I don't get the issue. The danger is I'm trying to seal off the caverns, or at least this upper cavern, which requires some tricky messing with lava. I am specifically trying to put lava in places. The reason there's lava everywhere is because I'm putting it there. So cool. Well, I'll just do this and I'll try and block it off. If that doesn't, yeah, it's just gonna keep turning to steam. All right, well, I'll just put a wall piece here then. Let's do it manually. Just have to wait for a dwarf to arrive. Tactical lava unit? Yeah. I mean, no, I'm putting the lava here intentionally. Like, that's very much what's happening here. Intentional lava distribution system. So hopefully it doesn't fall or go this way. Hopefully it just goes straight down, which it should. At the end of the stream, nowhere near your fort, you found 3 corpses. No idea what happened. How can I find the log for this event? They time out after about a season. So it's hard to say how you can find the timeout for that event or the log for that event. Because there likely isn't a log for that event anymore. It's one of those things where Dwarf Fortress intentionally doesn't tell you. You could look in Legends. If you run DF Hack, there's a command called Death Cause, but that won't give you all the details. It'll just give you some details. Another thing that you could do is you can make memorials to those dwarves, and sometimes it'll tell you what killed them. If there was a combat log, it'll tell you what killed them most likely. It's like, died fighting with X thing. Or alternatively, it'll just say, went missing. But Legends is probably going to give you the most information. DF Hack will give you the second most. Making a slab and reading the slab will give you some information. Great. It's fucked up. Making things dodge into water. I hate doing that because it very usually means that then you have to get the bodies out of said water, which I find to be very annoying and not something I'm much of a fan of. You know, let's just cancel this door. Get them to dig here, and then we'll just wall this off right here. That's what I'll do. Because we are almost done here. Yeah, this has not ended up saving any time whatsoever, but hey. You love your skeleton lake? Have you asked the dwarves about their thoughts on the smell that it expunges, though, during the day? Because I wonder. I wonder if you've asked. They may not be the happiest at this concept. Cheers, Daramond. Thank you much. Laughs and cholera. Yeah, it's like, is that also your main water source? I mean, hey, if it fits the aesthetic of the fortress that you're seeking to achieve, well done, Zos. Well done, Zos. It's nice to finally catch a stream. It's nice to have you in my chat. What's up, shenanigans? Just waiting for a Twitch ad to end. They run every 30 minutes, so I pause the game like this whenever there's an ad break because, you know, only so many ways to get through it. All right, we should be through. Everybody should be through the ad now, so I can unpause. What I want to try and do is this. That'll put us back into a better position for this whole thing. These can both go away. You just fell. That didn't seem wise there, Dwarf. Why would you do that? The falling part, I mean. That really didn't seem wise. Okay, how about I do this and I use this? I've also got a Ghostly Marksdwarf who's doing Ghostly Marksdwarf things in my fort. Who happens to be... There you are. We'll get that dealt with. momentarily. Grr. That's all I have to say about this is grr. Man, this would have been so much easier if things had happened in a different order, but hey. It's like the slow flow of lava just ruining my hopes and dreams here. Okay, dwarves, who's constructing a building? There you are. Sweet. But this one can be suspended initially so we can get that done. Don't try and climb over it. It's not worth it, dwarf. Fuck. Come on. Work with me here, dwarves. By that I mean at a significantly brisker pace, please. This shouldn't be that difficult. Just block that off, sweet. Block this off. And get these done. Okay, so that's one. Now this one. Now finally and lastly this one. Perfect. Takes a zombie who doesn't value their life to get things done sometimes. All right, let's go all the way down to here, all the way down to here, all the way down to here, and pull this lever. We can continue with the shenanigans. What happened? It's a long story. Hey, chat. Let's try and keep the chat active. I know it's a Friday, but lava going fast now. If you like lots of lava burning thing, well, lava go fast now. Because sometimes you just need lava to go at maximum capacity. And that's where we're at, is maximum capacity lava. So chat, what happened so far today in stream? Let's help fill in shenanigans here. But it's up to you guys to do that. Because I'm just here to make the entertainment. It's up to you guys to make the community. But yes, lava can go really fast if you let it. That poor old. All right, well, that's going to burn through, like, nice and quick. Twitch itself decided to subscribe to Blind. Well, thanks to chat. I don't think Twitch itself cares enough about Blind to subscribe to Blind. I love just watching the water evaporate around the trees. It's always something that will entertain me. Not a lot more that needs to be done, though. See how this strange mood is doing? Okay, sweet. You've got everything you need. And there we go. And then that. So that was all that we needed for this area. Now all I need to do is go through here and dig out this, and dig out this, and dig out this, basically. Don't know why it claims that that's lava heat, but... And then this will drain this whole layer out. In fact, I could also do it on this side. And we can now stop the lava from flowing. It'll keep flowing for a bit, but that's okay. Goblin was found dead. I don't know why, but Goblin was found dead. So... it's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Since these are not currently powered, we should power those up. A steel crutch. Thigh cut to the blacksmith has created a neural lamb. A steel crutch and claims it is a family heirloom. Does lava change speed depending on pressure? Lava does not gain pressure. However, you can force lava to gain pressure by making lava level out. Lava tries to meet the highest point that it's sitting at. So I have built a tower that is very high up that pushes lava down very far. So it tries to level off. So if you're pumping, using a pump, lava into a lower layer from a higher layer, it moves a lot quicker. And also, if you have a pump stack, when you open up the pump stack, everything that's currently in the pump stack gets launched out all at once. So if you have a 200 Z level pump stack with like, I don't know, it's what, like, would be two layers of seven, like four tiles of lava per layer, basically. If it's two pumps next to each other, then every single one of those pumps, all of that lava just, boom, instantly. I am receiving a phone call that I need to answer. This is what happens when the head of comms for your strata steps down, and you're the only person who's awake during the day. Who's on strata? Who speaks English? All right. It's my building manager has to randomly call me more often than I would like. Also, this is overflowing now, and thus causing this to reburn. Oh no! Okay, good. He was smart enough to either climb or oh, he climbed. Well, okay, buddy. The Great Escape of Mr. Gorlak. How's the fort going? This is good lava. This is lava that I'm intentionally putting in places. It is spilling in a spot that I wasn't totally expecting, but it's okay. This is intended lava, not unintended lava. The intent of this lava is to block off these water areas. This was water and now is no longer water, and this was also a water flow-in spot for this side. I am going to leave this side as a water flow spot, although I am going to dump some lava on this side as well, because I need it for power, but I don't really want these ant people appearing on this map anymore. The animals are fine. The ant people, not so much. So I am currently... Yes, that is sealed. Sweet. I am currently trying to do the best job possible of, you know, basically just letting lava flow down into the caverns while causing me as little problem as possible. Is what I'm trying to do. And then also draining this water out of here so that we can get to all the bodies and stuff that are in these areas, stop lava from flowing into these areas, and also make the fortress safer as a whole, as well as this specific cavern layer safer as a whole. That's what we're doing. Ponce, thanks for the raid. What's up? And this smoke is annoying. I mean, it maybe the question is it a merciful thing that there is absolutely no negative thoughts associated with being on fire? Or is it a negative thing that there's no negative thoughts associated, or no actual pain triggers being associated with being on fire, just negative thoughts? Because I don't know. We do have 3 Gorlaks in the fort as citizens, though, so, you know, even though that Gorlak passed and perished, there are other Gorlaks in our faction currently. Ponce, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? What were you up to? What were you playing? Are you still on the Frostpunk 2 train? Guilt Trip Feel Bad game number 2? I hope you're enjoying it if that's the case. What were you playing today then? If not that. Can Gorlaks be vampires? I've never seen it, but probably. Shrug. So the steel crutch, are you in a stockpile? Because you should be put onto a pedestal, I think. If I don't put this one onto a pedestal, it's just going to get stolen pretty quick. So I will try and just get this one up here quickly. Raven Watch and Age of Mythology. What's Raven Watch? Somewhat similar to Hades. Ah, got it. Okay. I'm burning stuff. That's what I'm doing today. I am mostly burning stuff. It's pretty neat. You'll have to try it. I mean, they can't actually see the artifacts, so, but you want to see the other benefit of what I'm doing here? This one does actually have one on it. Is whenever I have a new guild hall that needs more value, I just place little squares on top of these. So I dedicate them to the guild, in quotations. And it's my anti-theft room, basically. Furniture just gets constructed elsewhere in the fort usually, but this stuff all goes into the anti-theft room. As well as, like, super notable beasts, you know? Hey, kiddo, I need you to move, please. Maybe. Yeah, I've seen like Gorlak Necromancers and Gorlak Dark Lords, but yeah, if you guys don't know Ponce, I recommend giving Ponce a follow. He's an old school friend of mine. He plays a lot of PvP and hard games. He's been around the internet making content for a very long time. You may know his name from League of Legends and a million years ago, if you remember what that game is, unfortunately. While he doesn't do that stuff anymore, he does still make stuff, and I do recommend giving him a follow. Don't you do that, dwarf! Okay, you're carving a fortification. I thought you were going to construct yourself into the hole. But let's read this crutch. It says, steel crutch. All craft or ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round diorite cabochons and encircled with bands of yak leather and jabber bone. This object menaces with spikes of hematite. On the item is an image of Onal Worker Book, the dwarf and dwarves in yak leather. Onal Worker Book is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf of the dwarf Onal Worker Book to the position of king of the work of spray in the early winter of 341. Nice. Okay, so this area, draining nice and quick. I can unforbid all these weapons. This area, it's going to take a while to drain. The water, however, draining pretty quick. And I think I'm actually just going to go over to here. Put blocks in there. Put blocks in there. That's a boulder. Put blocks in there. And then this needs to get burned. This is the next thing that needs to get burned. So what I'm going to do, I think, is go... Ooh, probably this way, actually. Like, through it. Okay, I could do this the super duper 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 lazy way. Chat, do I do this the super duper 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 lazy way? Because this would be a lot faster. Do what you gotta do, Path of Arcana. Because I could just... Right there. And I could just dig down to there from here. Why do I flood the caves with lava? Because sometimes you need to vacuum, and the caves don't come with a built-in vacuum cleaner. It's like cleaning your bedroom, you know? Actually, let's not do it this way. Let's get rid of this and this. Dig down over here through this. And put a door right here. Well, actually, no. Let's just get rid of this and put the door there. Your vacuum cleaner is an army of stone cutters making blocks? Well, sometimes you need to get rid of water, and you can't really get rid of water with blocks. But yeah, what Salty said, I'm using it to stop flow points from letting water flow into the rush into the map, so that I can secure the caverns consistently, which is the whole goal of what I'm trying to do is secure the caverns. Oh. Huh. Well, I mean, that works. I guess I did kind of willingly turn that on again. I did kind of do that. So in order to do this safely, well, okay, so first off, there is no way to do this safely. That's the first thing. The second thing is, the closest thing I can do to doing this safely is punch through here. But it's going to erupt out of the side of here regardless of how I do this. But I will still do this as safely as I can. With hopefully minimal casualties. But if there are casualties, it'll happen. You're no expert, you just flooded your metalworks with lava and melted thousands of blocks before you realized your oopsie? Well, fortunately, you won't melt anything made of iron or steel. Or platinum. Or pig iron. Or any iron ore. But yes, a lot of stuff will melt. At least it's not a dragon that got into your thing and started breathing fire everywhere, because that would just, like, unexist all of those blocks. Okay, so I just need to go into here and forbid everything. I just need to wait for these 2 boulders to go away. Your copper was lost? Yeah. You have way too much nickel and virtually no fluxstone. Been there. Now, the only concern I really have with this is I'm not entirely certain I can allow water to flow in again. I think if I fortify the walls, that'll allow water to flow in again. But I don't actually know for certain. So we'll have to find out. This is going to be a learning experience for me. Actually, that's plenty, but... Well, what direction are they headed? This is the only cavern layer I plan to leave open. Not sure what direction the squads are going to come from. What? But I told you to all go station. Why are you still in an individual combat drill, you lazy bastards? It's like there's no burrow on. Also, you shouldn't be affected by a burrow anyway. Door's not locked. Did I destroy your way? Oh, wait, hold on. I know the problem. They literally can't get down there right now. Now they can. How old is the fortress now? Wait, hold on, let me double check. We started in 394. So 12 years? Also, the reason the frame rate went down was because me locking that door made a bunch of things start pathing up here. And actually, maybe we'll just tell them to station right here. Just let them group up a little bit. Let's lock this door. I like how locking this door increases the frame rate by like 20. Just like immediately. That's actually kind of funny. Wonder why that is. Here they come. But yeah, no, the time passes surprisingly quickly in forts like this. It's also the dwarves going down here to load cage traps, which I'm gonna stop you from doing that, potentially, if I can. Or try to stop you from doing that. There you go. Wasn't the smart way to go there, dwarf, but hey, you went that way, so at least you backed up. Here come the soldiers. can just leave them down here for a bit, most likely. This area also needs to be worked on pretty drastically. I think I'm also just going to turn the burrow on, get the dwarves out of that lower level, and then just lock that door again until this upper level is sealed. Okay, so I'll let them clean down there for a little bit. So now, this is the only safe-ish way I can do this. And this is not safe. But we'll try. In 1 minute is an ad. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck for the dwarf who's about to do this because it's them versus physics. How am I doing? All right, Napalm. Trying desperately to keep the chat moving while also being extremely mind melted by this morning because chat went a little nuts. And somebody won the Twitch lottery and Twitch gifted a 50 subs in exchange for a 5-pack of gift subs because they add bonus subs. Asterisk. It's 1 per 5 minimum on top of subscriptions, and somebody gifted 5, and then Twitch was all like, here, have 50. So... pretty good, I would say. There goes the lava. And also the dwarf didn't die. And when the ad pops, I will pause the game. So I want this tree gone. It's one of the first things. I really want that tree gone. And I want a lot of these sources of water here gone. Not all of them, just a bunch of them. Let's see how your luck is. Well, you got 2 for 5. That's pretty good. With some bonus subscription going on in other channels as well. Yeah, no, it's that day. I mean, it's been a pretty awesome week. I'll put it that way. Pathing engine doesn't like that door. It's not that the pathing engine doesn't like that door, it's just there's a lot of scattered items down there. Because I've had a lot of clothing get dropped down there, as well as a lot of webs and things. So the reason the game slows down so much is because half the fort is trying to collect stuff and toss it and do other things down there, so... I can absolutely fix it. It's just something that will take a little bit of time. You've seen some 20 to 25 bonus subs on gift subs? Yeah, I mean, like I said, like we just won the lottery, which was also kind of funny because I was like, I'm matching all the subs that Twitch gifts, right? And as I said that, it was like, boom, there's 50. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not going to do that one. Because like that would just like suddenly max out my credit card. Not quite, but it's more than I'm comfortable putting on my credit card. But yeah, it's certainly a momentous moment that I wasn't expecting. So, yeah, no, Twitch having gifted 50 subs at a time today is kind of crazy, so. All right, so now, well, actually, technically it's, you know, Valorant sponsoring the event, so it's Valorant gifting this. So it's Riot Games, I suppose. How's your dwarf doing? Not dead. Napalm is still alive and Dwarfy. You are the sacred coal. And you want to craft an object real bad. I think I'm gonna give you one of these. I'm gonna let you craft an object. And we'll just say, steel bracelet. Let's make 3 steel bracelets. It's Ari Sims for money. It's a funny thought. I'm wondering if this is... It's probably going to get sealed off. But mostly I just wanted this tree gone. So probably the smartest way to deal with this now. Still fighting? The cave creatures. Oh, that's Solon. That's 2 dwarves fighting now. Oh boy. Wholly disorderly conduct. Zasset's going to prison, I guess. And so's Darren. Sorry, Darren. Just going to remove all the way up to here. Wait for the majority of them to be back inside. And wait for you to finish cleaning. Are there any unnamed farmer dwarves? I'm not sure, but I can look. There's tons of unnamed dwarves. Thought you were gonna craft one? That is crafting. Well, technically crafting is constructing an item, which, like, engraving a wall satisfies the need for crafting, as an example. Oh, steel versus steel. Okay, fair enough. You heard one word and thought you heard a different word, but that's not the word that you said. Or that I said, rather. I get you. But yeah, today is going to be a short-ish stream. We'll probably go for 6 or so hours. Probably 5 or 6 hours, something like that. So we're not going to be going too much longer today. I'm going to do a normal person length stream, not a normal blind stream length, because I need to, What are you doing? Go home. I don't want to take them off duty. All right, well, I'll just let them sit down there if they insist. Darren has been found dead. Darren committed a bunch of crimes and now has been punished for those crimes. So I have to say rest in peace, Darren. It's unfortunate to see you go like that, but sometimes the crimes they commit are bad enough that they just cannot continue to exist. So F's for Darren. Hope your Friday's going all right, Fragga.
Bring out your dead!
Actually, what squad are you in? What squad are you in? The Blockaded Liberation. Sweet, top squad. Please go kill this thing. Thank you. And then run away in fear. Can you come back? Dwarf? There you are. Wow, you ran far. I'm just going to presume this is the last dwarf down here, and if that's the case, thunk. I think this should also be burned up a little bit if possible. Should also let this lava out of the corner there. This is good. Actually, I wonder. Yeah, so I guess I would have to smooth these edges and fortify them to be able to have water flow in. Let's see, is somebody getting tossed in tomb? Nope, doesn't seem that way. Let's see, does Darren in fact have a tomb? Oh my god. Tombs do not seem to be full. Does not, in fact, have a tomb. I'm just going to make another 40 tombs, 50 tombs, something like that. Rock, coffin, not sarcophagus. Sardine coughing gas. Okay, so I need this tower to shut down, which is it currently? No, it's not. Okay. Just going to deconstruct that. Also going to go over to here. And I'm going to toss this into here. And this into here. I'm also going to go down to this cavern layer where my well setup is about to be again. Double check to make sure nobody's stuck in it. Nope, nobody is. It's time to get this well refilled. Fort or the crypts? I would have to go count tombs. So, coffin, 186 fort. I apparently have 186 coffins in the fort. So, fort population is currently higher. I don't know what it'll be like then. I can tell you what it's like now, because we haven't gotten to then yet. The only relevant thing to the frame rate currently is what it is right now. But I don't know, somewhere from the current frame rate up to 40, probably. As low as 15, as high as 40. Maybe higher, I don't know, maybe lower. It's kind of just purely speculation at this point. Are you okay? Bonesaw, did someone, like, put a cat on your honk button? What the hell is going on? Video game Dorfin? Okay, no, this actually won't work. You're just here to party? All right, that's good. Well, enjoy the party then. Yeah, there isn't too much I can do here. Because this will just cave through here. But it's fine, it's already slowing down. And I can get this tree out of here. Not quite in no time, but in very little time. Also, do they even have a way down in here right now? I guess that's a way in, but not really. Not a super convenient way in, that's for sure. Baroness Necromancer is visiting. Okay. Can I come up with an excuse to arrest him? It's a human Baroness Necromancer. There's glass. You're building a keyboard? Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Hopefully with cool, you know, keycaps and whatnot. Yeah, the refresh rate is like how the UI feels. I mean, you want a decent refresh rate, but the tick rate is how fast the game moves. So we're going to interrogate this person. Former warlord of the Laborious Friends. Uh-huh. Member of the Society of Warriors. Former head advisor and former warlord. Baroness of the Society of Warriors. And I'm going to try and find an excuse to arrest this person. Because you are a Baroness Necromancer. And now is running around, so probably is being convicted of some crime. Bunch of crimes. Are you the head of a... Okay, hold on. They revealed that in the early autumn of 319, the subject plotted to infiltrate the Hot Sparks in order to steal treasures. They also, in 347, plotted to infiltrate the Big Fall. That's another one of my forts. In order to steal treasures. Same with the Hot Sparks. In 383, they plotted to infiltrate the Trampled Machine, my last fort, to prepare a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. And then the year 305, they plotted to infiltrate and in order to steal treasures and perform a coup under the influence of an unidentified creature. The subject corrupted an unidentified creature in order to be an agent in Seedvault, and the subject met with an unidentified creature and offered immortality. An unidentified creature was too proud to accept death and agreed. So who are you, then? Which one of these organizations? So it's this person. But they have an unidentified boss. So they have revealed this. I will interrogate you here. And also here. So Glass 1, interrogate them 2 more times. 300. 301, I think. I generated this world back when Adventure Mode released. Yeah. Well, I can convict them of crimes. But you need to catch them. Man, I should have closed this gate. Come on, Dwarf. You gotta turn on the sprint button. Oh, no. Or start puking. Fine. Well, if they ever come back, we'll immediately arrest them. It's kind of funny. Final boss, vomit! The truest of terrors. Darn you, sunlight! Pretty much. That's kind of hysterical, though, I'm not gonna lie. I'm going to set you to press slurry into a paper sheet. Press slurry into a paper sheet. Press slurry into a paper sheet, because we've got a bunch of paper sheets here. And the other thing I'm going to do is choirs. I'm just going to say make 25 choirs when number of sheet is above 30. And when number of available written on choir or amount of choirs is, when it hits less than 10, it'll trigger this. If sheet is high enough as well. Okay, so it was jugs that I needed, right? How many jugs do I have? I thought I made jugs. So iron jugs full of honey are invisible? What? Okay. I guess that means I can make mead. If I had empty food storage items. So I'm going to make... Actually, how much iron am I sitting on? I'm gonna make 300 iron pots. Iron barrels, actually. Make 300 of them. And I will make mead whenever there is honey available. We'll say 20. So we're now making mead. And as far as I can tell, it's automated. But that kind of sucks that, like, jugs are invisible. And I should double check that royal jelly is cookable. Yes, it is. So we should be making meals with using royal jelly. Dwarven cloaking devices? Yeah, just like filling up a minecart with lava. Also making soap. And we're out of wood. Alright, well, we're jumping back down to this cavern layer, and this is not quite fully sealed off, but hey, it's getting there. And this seems to be slowing down, which is good. Don't fully understand what's blocking you from getting into here, so I will dig through that. And I can go all the way along these shields and unforbid all these. And just set them all to be melted even. Do I just not have any woodcutters? Is that the problem? Ah, that's the problem. Both my woodcutters died. Fancy that. Weird, eh? I was like, why is it taking you so long to chop the stuff down? Just had none. But yeah, no, I've played in this world for quite some time. It was originally intended as just an adventure mode world, or as adventure mode first world, basically. So I looked for a world that would fit adventure mode a little bit. And yeah, this did what it needed to do, so that's what we ended up rolling with. Dwarf down here is felling these trees. Hopefully they don't do any caving in nonsense. There we go. Oh no. So I kind of didn't see that coming. I'm just gonna forbid all this. And these. Well, that one's fine. Yeah, I'm actually gonna forbid a bunch of these because I should have known that would happen, but like, I'm a little bit surprised that happened at the same time for some reason still. Anyway, that's just gonna like suck a whole bunch of dwarves down. Suck a whole bunch of dwarves down into here, and certainly cause some problems. Well, at least they're both trying to climb out. I don't know where they're gonna climb to. Like, do you have a destination? Like, you could try to drop down onto this. But nobody's drowned yet. Wow. hats off. What happened? So when you remove a tree, it causes the tile below to disappear. And if there's nothing below that, it just opens up a hole in the ground. Anyway, this opened up a hole in the ground, and then the dwarf that chopped the tree down fell down into here, and then managed to climb over to here. So, shout outs. That's a fucking miracle and a half, that. And there he goes. Whoops. Running inside safely. That's insanity. Well, thankfully nobody died. This one should be fine, though. Same with all these on this side. Woo! Was the tree stoppering the lake? So, when you destroy the tree, it removes the floor tile that was underneath the tree holding the tree up. If the floor tile is gone, then if there's nothing beneath it, then it opens up a hole down, exposing what's below. In this case, an open cavern, and then the lake flooded down into the cavern below. Tree equals floor tile. When tree go away, floor tile disappear. If floor tile disappear and there's water there, water flow down into where floor tile was. That's what happened. Hopefully that's going to satisfy the question. Resistance is floor tile. Sure. And it's still flowing down, but fortunately the water's pretty shallow in here, so... I'm just amazed that two dwarves fell into that hole and neither of them drowned. That's what I'm amazed by. That's currently, like, astonishing to me. I thought both of those dwarves were dead. They needed a lucky nickname. Did you even see who it was? Because I didn't. All right, troll, what if you fell in there? That would just be funny. No? Okay, fine. Okay, now bits and pieces of troll go everywhere. And dwarves can just not fall in there, please. Ah. Got another troll coming up this way. Please stab him to death. Thank you. Okay, let's just go to the bottom layer right here. 1, 2, 3. Oh my god, it's kind of a lot. It's kind of a tall wall that needs to be built. And there's a giant olm. Man, they're very populated caverns. Okay, you know what? I'm actually just going to put this squad right here. While this begins to be worked on. One of them was a woodcutter and the other one fell in. Well, okay, hold on. It was Ulban. No, it was this dwarf, Zingas, this guy. I don't know. I mean, what do we name? What do we name that dwarf? Chat. Iron Climber? I'm gonna just call him Rock Climber, because he didn't climb anything iron. Well done. He's also wearing old clothing, apparently. What are you wearing that's old? No, you're not. Lightly used? Did I read that correctly? A huge six-legged sauropod with jagged ribs and a bloated body. Its gold... Okay, I thought it was made of gold. Its gold scales are jagged and set far apart. Beware its poison sting. So I'm going to see where this thing goes. I'm not actually certain it has access to the upper layers from here right now. It might. Just going to watch where it goes. And we'll react accordingly. Yeah. Okay, so this one I'm going to actually just let be for a bit. The Crazed Impunity. Because it does not have access to the fort. And it'll just keep... Okay, maybe it does have... Okay, no, it definitely doesn't have access to the fort. Because this dwarf is starving to death in the caverns. So if that dwarf's starving to death, then that means that it doesn't currently have access to the fort. Otherwise, that dwarf would have climbed into the fort. So, meaning... we can just ignore it for right now, which is unfortunate that that dwarf had to die there, but... Also, a blacksmith was found dead? Against Zasset? Oh, no. Oh, I see. Big ol' fight happened. Yep. Certainly seems that way. Planter was found dead. 2 dwarves dead. Lots of dwarves in hospital.
Bring out your dead.
How's the well doing? Yep, well is full again. You can go upstairs. Edzul was found dead. Good stuff. How's my doctors doing? Oh. This is madness. Madness. Yeet. Yep. How you doing, Hobo? Thank you much for tuning in. I'm in an ad break right now, so I'm about to pause. Bit of a disagreement happened? Yep. Bit of a disagreement, it seems. Yes. It's their color, not the material. The material would be listed earlier in the description. Actually, I need to check something. Why are we not powered here? Oh. Is there just not enough water? No, there's not enough water. Okay. Stop dumping water in here, please. You're just making a mess. Just a little bit of banter. Just a little banter, murder, and missing teeth. Yeah, we're going to lose a lot of dwarves in the next couple minutes, I think. Astral died. I may actually have to take some extreme measures in this fort. And just remove... like, just start banishing dwarves for tantruming. Might be what needs to happen. Well, they will all be haggard dwarves? No, they won't. I mean, the reason the moods are so bad in this Fort Havoc is because of the last fort that we did, which had necromancers that went hog wild constantly. So this is the cause of the haggard dwarves already. So you saying that the next fort is going to have problems with this? No. This is the fort that's having problems because of that. And combine that with this fort generally not being the happiest fort to begin with because of events that have happened. Yeah, no, it's fine. You always say that like it's a terrible thing. It's like, well, I mean, it's how Dwarf Fortress works, yeah. Naturally. It's a lot of filled coffins. What happened? Chat, please tell Dean of Destiny what happened 90 seconds ago. Because I don't like just reiterating what happened a couple seconds prior every 90 seconds. Doesn't make for good television. Ah, that was the first one that we saw die. Sodell. No, that is not what happened, Vakruk. That happened yesterday, midway through yesterday. And no, it wasn't tantrums. It was cavern underground monsters fighting with dwarves with necromancers in the mix. Not only are you bad at giving information, Vakruk, you also just have this overwhelmingly negative aura about you that makes it unpleasant to hear your incorrect information. It's lovely. Oh, this is draining, so that's good. Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Just trying to skim chat, get caught up here. Good news is the majority of the deaths from that fight are probably done. Sodell. It's this one. I mean, I know where that body is, but I'm not gonna go get it anytime soon. All right, let's just finish sealing off this cavern layer. Or working on this cavern layer, rather. Because I can begin doing this. Going across here. Not with these. But with that. And then also doing this. All the way up to here. And then I just need to go all the way up to the surface up here. It's going to take a little bit, but we'll get it done eventually. And then for this, which is not currently spinning, which is a little bit annoying. Probably, okay, so I can deconstruct you, and deconstruct you, and move these up a bit further. Welcome back, LRD. It's fine. I mean, it's been a bit rough, but we are hopefully... Well, I mean, actually, it's been a bit rough, but moods, believe it or not, are actually recovering. It's like, yeah, moods kind of suck right now, but, like, they're better than they were by a lot. And are still in the process of recovering, so... Well, absolutely. the moods are pretty bad. They could be significantly worse. So it's just a matter of what the heck. It says that there's a ghostly goblin poet. Yet I go into here and it doesn't. That's odd. How have none of them noticed the ghost right behind them? Maybe it's because it's a goblin. Okay, what's your last name then? AS, okay. This one. But yeah, I don't know. I do think we're on the upswing at this point. I mean, things can only get so bad before they either A, topple, or B, swing back. And I think we're probably at the point now where things are going to start swinging back. But, you know. Who knows, really? Chat will tell me I'm wrong for all eternity, and life goes on. And also point out how doomed the fort is. And I will roll my eyes and say, yep, probably. Now we're okay. Setbacks are setbacks, but we'll be okay. I wish they'd stop bringing named alpacas, though. Like, stop it. I don't need any more alpacas. I got too many already. Doomed! Yes. We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. Speaking of things that are gonna die, a lot of these cavern creatures, because I'm too lazy. Also, apparently we caught another Gorlak. That thing can go into the lava. We don't need no criminals in the midst. Same with the mule. Don't need you. And we're back up to 163. We will recover the population. I swear. It's probably on the upswing. Well, I'll tell you this. This fort's on the upswing or it's going to get retired soon. Like, I'm not super connected to this fort. Like, and I don't have any, like, feeling of need to complete this fort. So, if it falls over, that sucks, but it's, you know, I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Reg the Engraver was found dead. Ah, another addition to the dead dwarf pile. And it seems like Rock Climber is at fault here. I like how the captain of the guard actually witnessed a crime getting committed. It's like accused by captain of the guard. Huh. You know it's bad when the captain of the when the cops are just like, "Hey, that guy, like, I literally just saw him do a crime." Although I do need to get this ghost out of here. Oh yeah, no, totally. That, and we're also getting close to October. Sweet, I'm actually happy that dwarf died. Rock Climber, that is. Although now this has started the fighting again, so that's good. I'm happy that that dwarf died because they were causing problems, but... on to round 2, I suppose. Where are most of these dwarves appearing dead? Yeah, in the hospital. What's in October? I'm not allowed to memorialize any dwarves, and I'm gonna fuck around with minecarts a bunch. With more reasonable population sizes. That's the plan for October. Sandshrews, thank you very much for the 13th month with Prime. Welcome back. I'm actually kind of amazed that we didn't get this song earlier. Where's most of these dwarves dying? Ah. Right, what? Did that say slab engraved? No slabs engraved. Yeah, there isn't much I can do, really. How many dwarves are actually injured currently? So every dwarf that says that they're resting is injured. Like I said, there isn't much I can do. Cops pull you over for the dumbest shit because they're bored. You know, I'd almost rather that in some instances, air quotes, than what I have where I live, which is there isn't enough cops, so people don't get pulled over for any kind of street crime. So you could just like run a red light in front of a cop and they'll just sit there because they're waiting for something more important. And it's kind of bad. All right, looks like the fighting has stopped though. So now it's just up to my doctors. Yeah, it's now up to the dwarves to clean, dress, and tend to these wounds. The hospital is pretty stocked. We're out of crutches, though. Let's just go copper crutch. Or no, not copper, iron crutch, because I have more iron. And just say make 40 of them. Maybe 50 of them? Also, how much mead do I have in the fort? 2 mead. Not much. Seeing surgeries happen, that's why there's blood appearing. I hope, yeah. Is there any more that I can place in here? Nope. Buttery Whale Fetus has created an iron sarcophagus. Pfft. Thanks, man. I always wanted one of those. It's almost like you're trying to tell me something. There it is. This is an iron sarcophagus. All Crestor ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with jabber leather and encircled with bands of cushion jabber cabochon. Jabber leather and encircled with bands of cushion cut fire opals and cushion moss agate cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of tower cap and menaces with spikes of hematite and fire opal. On the item is an image of dwarves and goblins in iron. The dwarves are fighting with the goblins. The artwork relates to the attack of the Spattern demon on the national nightmare at Steel Faints by the work of Spray in the midwinter during Mothdust Dutith, I guess, the onslaught of infernos. What are the traumas of that person? Probably nothing out of the ordinary. I guarantee you they just like coffins, probably, for some reason. I mean, he is stressed. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. Experiencing trauma, guilty after having to go to the hospital, loathing after being beaten, committed many crimes, his wife is dead. But yeah, trauma, unless it's a fell mood or a foul mood, which we haven't actually had in this fort yet, almost surprisingly. Doesn't affect what they make out of artifacts. Yeah, he doesn't even like coffins, so it's just happenstance. But I'm going to throw that up to here. Because this is the Temple of Death. And it's fitting to put it into there. So as these get constructed, so can these. You running away from something scary? Apparently you must be. Well, thanks for being around to be gifted a sub. Oh yeah, no, totally. There's always value to those things, but I don't have any, what's it called? nobles that need a fancier tomb right now. Like, they're all satisfied. So, it's not something that, like, it's something you could use for sure, but it's not something that I'm currently using. Mathal the Ghost has been put to rest. You keep wants 2 earrings. But I'm gonna go here and check for more ghosts. None currently. And then I'm gonna go here and I'm gonna type in tomb. Cool. You're new to DF and watching your videos, you want to say thanks, you appreciate the info. DF is dense and hard to get a solid grasp on. Totally, yeah. And also half the time when you pop into a stream like this one, they're just in endgame, right? But yeah, it's dense, but it gets easier. Like anything does. It gets easier with time. So yeah, happy to help. Glad I can be of service. Okay, so this is flowing consistently once again. So I can probably turn the fountains back on. Because these are now running consistently. Now that the water has flowed far enough, finally. And the dwarves will slowly recover in here. How's the crutches doing? Still at 0. Same with splints. I will also make iron splints. I'll make 50 of those as well. I do just need dwarves that are capable of walking over there, basically. But we're getting there. Also, water is up and running for this. How about over here? Not just yet. Once water is up and running for that as well, then I can breathe. Well, this is one of the things I'm doing. I'm also pumping a lot of lava into various places. So pumping lava and distributing mist are the 2 main uses of the power currently. Endgame is getting to the point where you figure out how to manipulate the overworld for Dwarf Fort, is what I would say endgame for Dwarf Fort is. But I think endgame for Dwarf Fort is different for most people. Like for me, endgame with Dwarf Fortress means that you understand how the greater simulation works well enough to be able to contort the game to your bidding, basically. That's what endgame Dwarf Fort means to me. And this right here, I need to bring the whole military over here and open this door. And then tell the military to go into here, although they don't need to kill the Drothlas. Need to make sure there's no bugs in here. Okay, you guys can go back to whatever you were doing. Oops, that's not, I didn't want to click that, but I just did. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. It's going to require a lot of job uncanceling, but it'll be fine. Okay. Get to it, dwarves. I don't know why there's a raven down here, but there's a raven down here. Yeah, the overworld. This area. When you realize that Dwarf Fortress isn't a colony builder, it's actually an open world RPG, a colony builder, and a really slow game of Civ, is the point where you've hit endgame with Dwarf Fort. Play as a faction a little bit to make them achieve a goal, and then usurp that goal with a different faction, right? Or play a faction for a bit, and then completely overthrow their throne and put somebody you named in power, and then go to war with them with a different faction. You know, ally with elves and create a superpower of dwarves that are exceptionally strong due to the copious amounts of materials that they had. And then play as a different member of the same faction and then take advantage of that. Those sorts of things. Having never played an Armored Core game, I don't actually get that reference. But, so my guess will be no. No would be my guess. I don't think this is Armored Core. While I haven't played Armored Core, I have watched some Armored Core, and this doesn't really look like Armored Core either. Oh, actually, no, I don't want you to deconstruct this. I want you to construct this. Terrified while in conflict. Uh-huh. With what? All right, well, I'll tell them to go station right here, so hopefully you go kill whatever you're in conflict with. I don't know what they're in conflict with. Maybe it's that raven? Well, whatever it was, it must have left. Nope, it's not the raven. Weird. A game of chess, but you play both sides, more or less. But I mean, Dwarf Fortress is a game about gaining as much knowledge of the world that you have created as possible, right? Like that is the intended gameplay goal, is to gain as much knowledge about the world as possible. So what that means at this point is just exploring via a fortress that you are playing to learn as much knowledge about the world as possible. And try and build a convincing picture in your head of the world. I know that sounds like very high-minded and nonsensical, but it begins to make sense the more of this you play. There we go. Very few dwarves left in hospital. Actually, just gonna cancel these all the way across to this side and instead just build a bridge because it's easier. Forbid that because that's irrelevant. I can then go over to this side. This. There's nobody felling trees. Did all my axe dwarves die again? It is certainly possible that they did. My god, they did. The attrition on woodcutters is truly a sight to behold. Sorry, Devilish, I'm just killing you and your coworkers. I'm gonna go for now. Phone's about to die. You have a good afternoon and enjoy your weekend. Best it. I don't know. Maybe dead. Kyo? I haven't looked. Kyo. No. You're fine. Alive, not dead. Fine, though, I guess is relevant. Because your parents are dead, right? Actually, how's the ghost situation? Fine as well. So I have another caged Gorlak. I'm going to release this Gorlak, and if more than 2 people in chat say or ask me to, I will make them into a citizen. Tower cap cage. All right. We'll make the Gorlak into a citizen then. It's now Gongith Marble. Welcome to the fortress. I do need to construct his cage before I can actually release him, but can go hang out with Astan and the other Gorlaks. I refuse to believe that there isn't enough bedrooms. Did definitely have enough bedrooms at one point. Gorlak friend? Yep, there we go. You've been sort of spoiled. You know, there's stuff underneath the magma sea with the insert spoiler creatures here, but I don't know why I would go down there. I don't know what's the shined or there's magma sea. Bragging rights? You try and defeat hell for the purpose of bragging rights. Also, we don't really care about spoilers here generally. But yeah, it's mostly bragging rights. Is there a way to tell or promote the amount of animal people in your world when generating? I don't know. I don't know if you're going to add car, but I don't know. That's the only actual answer I can give you. The thing is, like, I'll wait. I'll finish this thought when the ad break's done. But simply put, it's all about self-fulfilling your own goals, right? Coming up with a goal and fulfilling your own goal. But I'm gonna just wait a wee bit until this ad is done, and then I'll unpause. And okay, so are you in a Lester Ropinkick? Are you in an ad currently? Because, like, okay, yeah, it should be done now. Why would you ever go down to hell? Well, you'd go down to hell because hell happens to have adamantine around the entrance, right? So the idea between what hell was supposed to be back in the day was it was the thing that happened if you accidentally dug too much adamantine, right? Because adamantine is the thing that you kind of want to acquire by the end of a fort. And it's the thing that most players would want to get because it's one of the best materials in the game. It also gives you access to a lot of materials that are can't be gained any other way. So the reason you would go down there traditionally is to get gear. Okay? Does that make sense? Now, the second part of this that you need to know is, well, why would you need that gear? Well, if you're playing Dwarf Fortress, you're gonna need better weapons a lot of the time, especially if you're being super ambitious with the fort itself, right? So that's kind of the reason for it is you need to go dig deeply and greedily because you need the adamantine. Now, in this version, it's a lot harder to go down there. For a lot of reasons. Isn't steel the best weapons? No. No. There's the randomly generated godlike metals and there's adamantine. They're both significantly better than steel, except for blunt force trauma weapons like bonk sticks and hammers. Oh, shit. Forgot to undesignate these. Don't, So these dwarves aren't gonna drown, I don't think, unless they fall asleep. So what I'm gonna try and do is dig some stairs down to here. One of them already climbed out. This one might drown. Well, maybe not, because every time their name flickers, they get oxygen. And when they get oxygen, that... Oh, yep, see, he drowned for too long. This is Moses. Okay, so we did lose, what, 2 dwarves into that? Tisk. It was an entirely avoidable situation. Too many things going on in this fort currently for me to reliably keep track. Days without an incident? I mean, don't you want days without incidents? Or don't you want as few days as possible without an incident so that things are as entertaining as possible? Just asking for a friend. I think I can pump water out of a stair. Let's try this. Yeah, and then I can just pump water down into here. That's fine. A-okay. This can get deconstructed. These can all get unforbidden. At this point, though, I'm definitely just going around with a blatant disregard for Dwarven life because I'm aware that the most important thing right now is just simply sorting out the problems causing the negative moods, not necessarily the negative moods themselves. Here's the thing, though. The wiki's not going to give you an explanation for the things that we're currently talking about, right? It's not. What the wiki will give you is it'll give you the mechanical explanations of the things that you need to do, not why you would necessarily want to do them. So, yeah, use the wiki, but it's not necessarily going to give you the answers for these sorts of questions anyway. I mean, it'll certainly help. It'll give you parts of the answers. Although it depends, I guess, on what you're asking then. But it'll certainly help. Okay, so let's try and get this pump here. This will let me pump these bodies all the way up to the bottom of the stairs here, presuming that works. And then from there, I can pretty easily just not worry about it so much. I'll get these bodies out of here. Start pumping manually. This can just go away because I don't need the first one. This one does need to stay here, though. What's useful in the caverns? Okay. Let me try and change your entire thought process when approaching this game. Nothing in Dwarf Fortress is useful. Nothing is mandatory. You don't need anything, and nothing is mechanically needed. Everything is optional. What do you want to do is the question. What can you do in the caverns? Well, you can fight with cavern creatures. You can meet different types of animals that you wouldn't meet normally. You can train different types of animals that you wouldn't be able to train normally. There are different crops and things that you can get from the caverns. The one thing caverns really do have as useful is farming down in the caverns is significantly more efficient than just farming on dirt. But it's equally as efficient as farming on mud. So this is a very self-driven game with a lot of player-made goals. So if your question is, what's useful to me? I don't know. You tell me. I can't tell you what's useful to you. You have to decide what you're looking for. And that's the problem. And the only way to decide what you're looking for is by finding it the first time. And the only way to find it the first time is by digging into the caverns and fucking around for a bit. See what you find. Is there a way to get water in the desert? Absolutely. You have to find some water. Try digging. How else would you get water? Rain dances ain't so useful in reality. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, figuring out what you're trying to do is the fun of Dwarf Fortress a lot of the time. So I guess all I can really say is explore around and mess around with mechanics and get as deep as you are willing to get, because that's where you will find the answers to your questions. You want an army of dragons. Why do you want an army of dragons? What in the world makes you want an army of dragons? Dragons aren't fully tameable, and even if you are able to actually properly tame them, it takes thousands, literally 1,000 years in game for them to get to maximum size. So you're better off, instead of training dragons, training jabberers, or one of the other many creatures that's in the world, like elephants, as an example, that are bigger, that can be trained in less time and get to full size in less time. So what made you want dragons? Is it just because dragons stand out? In the world of Dwarf Fortress, dragons are a very rare, almost godlike creature that don't show up very often. To give you an idea, I played this game for 3,000-4,000 hours before I saw my first dragon in Fortress mode. So, having never had a breeding pair of dragons myself, even after generating multiple worlds designed to have more dragons in it, maybe start off with a less lofty goal. Yeah, but cave dragons aren't really dragons in the sense that people imagine dragons, right? People imagine dragons and they think radioactive, and bad earworms, and then they also think about things that breathe fire, right? And cave dragons don't breathe fire, so you might as well just have a pet grizzly bear as well, because cave dragons, like, also take 1,000 years to grow up to full size. Yeah, they're more common, but they're equally terrible. Well, not terrible, but, like, lofty goal that isn't practical, generally speaking. Unless you're just stealing them from the goblins. In which case, sure, but, like, there's still better uses of a player's time most of the time. Basically, at the end of the day, set a goal that you feel is reasonable. And if you feel that dragons are reasonable, good luck working towards that. Let me know how it goes. Last Guru meets with the Outpost Liaison, and I say no because I don't want a Baron. Contemplate Wyverns. I mean, if only Wyverns existed in Dwarfport. That's a Imagine Dragons song? Clockwork Dragon? Never heard that one, thankfully. I would say Hydras are a better option. Are Hydras even more trainable? It's been a while since I've had a Hydra. Okay, how's this area down here doing? Unfinished. But getting there. This side is done. And I'm just going to let you sit here pumping, Dwarf, until these bodies have both been removed. Because we need those removed. Is this elf coming to get it? Should be. Oh, I see. You're carrying the other one. Sucks to be that dwarf having to sit there staring at this corpse in the water while pumping. Hmm? You are talking about two things. Number one, that's Arch Crystal, right? And number two, that's Sethados. Sethados has been playing this game since 2007. Okay? So you're talking about a player who's been playing this game on and off since 2007, has an extremely high level of knowledge of the game, playing a version of the game that doesn't exist anymore. Well, it does still exist. You could still go play that version, but the game has changed dramatically since then. Meaning, the mechanics of the game are different, the requirements to play the game are different, and in fact, the way that he built that fortress couldn't be built now. Like, he made charcoal bridges, which is one of the only items in the game that are actually ash bridges, which don't have a burning point, so that the dragons didn't destroy the bridges. You couldn't fully tame dragons back then, so they were hostile to his own dwarves. Also, by the time he finished that fortress, it was running at less than 1 frame a second. I know for fact because I have a copy of it on this computer. So, what you need to realize about, and also half the time when you would unpause it, it would just crash immediately. So, what you need to realize is you read a story that's legendary in the Dwarf Fortress community because the guy who made it's fucking nuts. And also is a lovely person and lives in the greater Vancouver area, and I've had a beer with him. He's a good dude. But like, and he cuts gems. Like he's a fucking jeweler in real life, which is oddly fitting for a Dwarf Fortress player. But like, you need to realize why that story is legendary. It's legendary because the vast majority of people don't have 6 years real time to finish a fort like that. Okay? Like, it's a good story, certainly. But maybe aim for 1 dragon. Maybe don't aim for conquering hell. Like, you are putting other people's long-term fortress goals onto your goal. Like, do you want to spend 8 to 10,000 hours on 1 fort? Like, I tried to keep a fort alive for 500 years without doing anything crazy, so the frame rate stayed fine. Took 2 years real time. And I will never do that again because it almost ruined the game for me. Fortunately, it didn't, but it came close. Oh, stuff's too heavy. I need to take their heavy stuff. Where's your heavy stuff? Wine, beer, camel's milk, plum, beer. Thank you. Because it got so fucking boring for me to play. Have you ever burnt out on a game, Alma's Plush? Well, burning out on a game professionally is the fastest way to make yourself never want to play it again, right? Like, if you burn yourself out on a game and you cease to want to play it because you've played too much of it, playing a long-term Generations Fort, in my experience, or taking on a project that's too big and refusing to stop, is the fastest way for me to burn myself out on a game. And if I burn out, I don't ever want to play it again. It happened with RimWorld, and it got close to happening with Long Death, which is why I cut Long Death down to 1 day a week and then stopped doing it when Premium came out, because I just will never do it again. It's just not worth the boredom of running a fort like that. I can't, hold on, I need to put my glasses back on before I can read that Shaku. 500 years, 2 years, and dragons take 1,000 years to fully grow. You're saying there's a chance if I'm willing to commit the next 4 years of your actual life. Yeah, and that fortress I kept alive for, and like, I know that's a joke, but like, that fortress, I streamed 7 days a week, 8 hours a day for the first half a year. Settle somewhere with giant animals and build lots of cage traps is how you get animals. It's the same way I got these jabberers. You know? These guys. These jabberers are, you know, how I, because I have these jabberers, I am able to breed jabberers. So you just have to get the animal, train them, and then tame them. Catch them in a cage. Once you have them in a cage, then you can... let's get another Gorlak Scholar. And a Gorlak Scribe. Once you have them in a cage, then you can... Uh-oh. Okay, hold on. Socks, shoes, trousers. I need to make Gorlak clothing. Cloth sock. Cloth shoe. Cloth trousers. Size for Gorlaks. I'll just say seasonally. Maybe annually. I'll just make a few more. And then the plump helmets, they wear shirts. So let's also do annual cloth shirts. Cloth shirts. Okay. Yeah, when your beds start disappearing because they're rotting. You just want to conquer other civs. You don't want to copy exact what he did. You just saw the video and decided I wanted an army of dragons in the game. Well, if you want to conquer other civilizations, remember what I said about achievable goals. You know how much knowledge you have of this game. I don't know how much knowledge you have of this game. So only you can decide what goals you are capable of achieving, right? But I don't know how new you are to this game. I don't know how much experience you have with this game. But what I always advise people do is set something that's reasonable for you and your skill set and the amount of knowledge you have of the game, and just start from there. And don't do anything ridiculous, because if you set unachievable goals, two things will happen. You'll burn yourself out on the game, and you'll confuse yourself and not have fun. So I generally just recommend that people try to just make goals that are achievable. And if conquering other civilizations is achievable for you, okay, just remember that if you conquer all of the other civilizations, you won't have anybody to trade with anymore, and the world will get very dead and boring. So usually what people do is, instead of just simply conquering a civilization, they will instead take over part of a civilization, then go play as the other civilization and fight the other side. That's what I prefer to do anyway. start on one side and then go to the other side. Because if you destroy all of one side, then the world dies. And that's no fun, because then there's nothing left to play with. You've broken your toy now. Everybody's dead. So just keep that in mind. But at the end of the day, you do what you want to do. And if you want to break your toy, then break your toy. But the closer the world gets to extinction, the less there is for the player to interact with. Okay, before I can connect that, this needs to be connected to a mechanism. But in my humble opinion, war and, taking over civs is one of the least interesting things you can do in this game. I think going to war can be interesting in small spurts and in specific instances. But if the only activity that you are doing in the game is war, that, to me, personally, is the least interesting thing you can do. Because all that inevitably ends up happening is every adversary on the map is dead, eventually. And when every adversary on the map is dead, then there's nothing to do, really, because you can't trade with anybody, you can't make friends with anybody. Traveling around the overworld in adventure mode is less interesting. So if you want to fully take over a civ, I would highly recommend doing it in a pocket world. Do it in a small world, because it's achievable easily. You want to know how I learned to make aesthetic forts? I mean, the D&D option's probably not a bad idea. But I made aesthetic forts by building a lot of forts in cavern layers. So this one has webs as well. Ooh, this one may be able to reach me? But it immediately okay, that's weird. Where did you go? Yeah, it's somewhere I can't see it. That's bizarre. That or it immediately got killed, but... But I'm not sure how that could have happened, so... Because this is a different Forgotten Beast that we were watching right now. Wild. But yeah, like I said, I don't know how much knowledge you have of this game or how much you've played of it. But for me, what I always tell people who are trying to learn this game is start small and just achieve one small goal at a time. And when I say small goal, I don't mean lofty things like take over a faction. When I say small goal, I mean, like, learn to make soap, you know? And you'll slowly figure out what's important to you. You will slowly figure out what you want to achieve in this game. You will slowly figure out what reasonable goals are for you based on what you've learned and what you've spent the time to learn. Yeah, if you know very little about this game, do not look at the creations of, people like Sethados and think that that's a reasonable goal, because I would say that's about as unreasonable as you can get. That is like, hi, I'm a Dwarf Fortress expert. I've played this game for 11,000 hours, and I haven't ever actually successfully done that. I don't even know how many hours I have on this game. It's probably more than that. There is a stat tracking site that claims that I'd streamed 10,000 hours of this game as of a couple of years ago. So fuck knows how much time I have in this game. Okay, why? Okay, I'll just rebuild these. Yeah, totally. But you shouldn't start with the long-term goal. How much do I have in the Steam version? 2,500? I've been playing this game a long time, though. Well, maybe in the content creation space who actively brags about it. I wouldn't say that I am the foremost Dwarf Fortress expert, though. There's definitely people who know more about this game than me. And there's definitely aspects of this game that people know more than me as well. It's quirky. Yeah. Well, I've described learning Dwarf Fortress like learning a language, right? Once you know how to speak Dwarf Fortress, it gets a lot easier. It's just a matter of learning to speak Dwarf Fortress that's difficult. But once you can speak Dwarf Fortress, like, the process of playing Dwarf Fortress becomes a lot less cumbersome. Okay, so we're about to get hit by ads. I will pause the game until the ads are done. You know what, Lester Dropic? I think you should play Dwarf Fortress. And you'll figure that out pretty quickly. I think that, like, you seem to really like farming animals, and you're probably in an ad right now, so you probably can't hear me. When people ask questions like that, chat, or to people who can hear me, I don't know how to answer them. What cavern creatures are best at helping me wipe out overworld civs? I can't help you, mate. Like, good luck. Good luck. You want to get a Forgotten Beast silk industry I set up? I want to breed giant spiders. I need to catch a second one, though. Making me sad. Like, that's not a question I can answer. It's like if you ask me, how do I make insert item here, or how do I train an animal that I just caught in a cage? That's, sure, I can help you with that. But if you say, how do I destroy overworld civs? Not gonna help you. Good luck. You're on your own with this one, friend. Yeah, I have 3 trained males. I just need a female. Salty. It's like, basically, as a better short-term goal, you shouldn't be asking me what your goal should be. What's a mechanic you think is interesting in Dwarf Fortress? And if you say destroying overworld civs, cool. Learn how to use the military effectively. Learn smelting, weaponry. What kind of dwarves want to be in the military and how to keep them happy while in the military. Figure out the different types of locations you can attack. There's a lot of different layers to every mechanic here, and you're saying, what animals will most effectively help me destroy the enemy? Stop. Having big pets can be very interesting, certainly. But having big pets makes it impossible to sneak invade places and train up your dwarves' ambush skill and teach your dwarves how to successfully attack places quietly. You can't rescue prisoners, which will happen if you're invading the enemy a lot, if they have mounts, because mounts don't have a stealth stat. So if you're sending them with war animals, you'll never be able to successfully ambush a place. You'll just be attacking them head on. Stealth is the default option. So if you have to ask me these questions, I suggest you start at the basics. Okay, so you like animals. Cool. Bring some dogs and build up a little local defense force with dogs. Start with simple animals. What you're going to do is you're going to burn yourself out on the game because you are setting goals that are out of the range of possibility for most people. And thus, I can't help you, right? Like, if you don't know how to make soap, you're never going to successfully train cave dragons or whatever and attack the enemy with it. You're never going to realize that it's actually a terrible idea to have war dragons running around your fortress. If you set these super lofty goals, by the time you do think, oh, maybe I can achieve these goals, you'll just be crushed and disappointed when they inevitably fail, because they will. And if you're having tantrums, then, well, you're focusing on mechanics that are going to make your tantrums 10 times worse. So maybe try and figure out how to solve the tantrums. You know? Like, maybe farming. Start with simple. I've given all my advice I'm going to give you now, because this conversation is just a little bit not bad, but it's not going to help you learn the game, I guess. Okay, so this area all the way up to here is now sealed. Then I can get rid of this bridge, which is good. Some migrants have arrived, despite the danger. Like, to give you an idea, I would recommend just making cool forts and figuring out why this game is interesting. You want to know what one of the least interesting mechanics in the entire game is, gameplay-wise? Taking over world civs. It's probably the least developed, least interesting mechanic. It's a rock, paper, scissors game. It's not very good, and it's widely accepted to not be very good. So I know you're not going to listen to me because of the way you've been talking, but just realize you're missing what's interesting about this game and focusing on what isn't interesting about this game. On the bright side, I do have that level of caverns almost completely sealed off. On the bad side, we got a shit ton of injured dwarves again. You guys the ones just arriving, yep. Villy was killed in that one. There goes more. Do I have a favorite mechanic? Dwarven personalities and family trees, mostly. Robo died in that. So did a bunch more. Fortunately, we still have a good number of coffins. And for a little bit of clarity here, the reason I'm pushing back against your statements and goals so much is I've made a lot of tutorials for this game. And I've talked to a lot of people who've learned how to play this game over the years. And people who tend to start off learning, like you, come to me in 6 weeks going on about how burnt out they are in this game and how much they wish they could enjoy it. Is a very common sentiment I get from other people. I've seen this before. That's all. Okay, fighting appears to have stopped again. How many dwarves are resting currently? Not as bad as the last one. Still got tombs to spare too. This could also be ghosts possessing dwarves. That's the other thing that could be causing this. So many random ghosts in the fort. That's fantastic. I'm also going to do this. Remove guests. What's the most interesting artifact I've created? I really like when, like, a kid claims an item as a personal treasure and it's a toy that they made. I've had a couple of those over the years. I also like when dwarves dedicate... It's less the artifact and more like what they dedicate them to. I mean, like, there was the lead warhammer that I had in Gortusk, which was very memorable. Just because it had played a huge part in the overall fort itself. So this Gorlak here is just in your copying books. So let's make... Finally powered through my iron. Let's make bismuth bronze book binding. Zzz. Let's make 50 of them. And then just bind book. Because I've got a bunch of copies of books already. Which we're just copying. Can you be a Gorlak, please? Do you want to be a scholar or do you want to be a scribe? It can be Sol Invictus, yeah. Peter is very single-minded and does not trust others. He is easily moved to mercy and is moved by art and natural beauty and tends to think before acting. He doesn't seek out excitement and he tends to consider what others think of him. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and is quite ambitious. He is slow to anger and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He personally hates those who wield power over others and views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and sees the denial of impulses as vain, foolish, and the pursuit of, and values independence, rather. He likes petrified wood, steel, and live in opal, white stork bone, and the color pearl, diamonds and crutches, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. And when possible, prefers to consume pond turtle, apricot wine, and walnuts, and absolutely hates leeches. Impervious to the effects of stress, and also brave. And ideally not weak, and ideally low empathy. And even better if they have a bad memory. But, yeah, you're just, Causes in the Time of My Ancestors is a book that you're currently copying. So you just go around copying books. You really need some, pants. You're humiliated after having no pants or shoes. But, you know, at the very least, you're able to run around. A lot of white millet beer. A lot of white millet beer. Let's just set this one to make mead. Okay, so that should be running. This one's also running. This can also go away. All right. Let's see how general happiness is doing. Gonna interview these two zombies. See if I can get them to explain themselves a little bit. And hopefully arrest them for crimes they haven't committed yet. Why are you moving so slowly? Oh, you can't stand. Well, I should probably remove your mining job. Uh-oh, that's not good. Why did this window go away? Should replace that. They can talk. Unemployed shocking. If you click on the ore, Lester, it will say what it's used for. So if I pause the game, assuming I have some still, and go to this, see this is hematite? Click on hematite. Ore of iron. You're welcome. If anything, you generally will inevitably have to interview a vampire. You can also interview a chicken or a goose. They don't generally say much. Oh, you were going for... Oh, I see. I see. I see what you were going with. Sorry, I'm so stuck in mechanical explanation mode that like I had a hard time recognizing a joke when it was right in front of my face. I also haven't seen Interview with a Vampire, so. Or become more susceptible to stress. I've definitely have had dwarves have had dwarves who've been perfectly mentally stable, and then something good happens to them, and then their stress gets worse, which is funny. Discuss individual happiness. Wow. I'm actually going to remove this guy from being a scribe, though, because he's living an unexciting life and he's bored. Could put him into a Marksdorf squad, but I also kind of don't really want to do that. Why are there so many friggin' baby horses everywhere? Who let these into the fort? The fuck? Okay, that's it. It's time for an animal cleanse. And yes, I'm aware I'm just slaughtering a whole bunch of animals, but... And then let's also go... alpacas. I have a lot of alpacas. It turns out. I was being very good about keeping up with these when the fights started happening. All right. This butcher room down here is about to get very busy. Because just like Earth, the calendar doesn't begin at year 1. Or the world didn't begin at year 1. The calendar began at year 1. So year 1 simply means that... oh, okay, well, I interviewed that zombie. Year 1 just simply means that's when they started writing history. But history, canonically, in Dwarf Fortress begins before... World Gen finishes. They're not that bad if you keep them penned up. They're only bad if you don't have them penned up. But you also need to remember the size of the computer that I'm running. And the worst things for FPS, at least animals are not the worst things for FPS in the current year. Cavern creatures, on the other hand, are pretty bad. In fact, we're running at 50 frames a second, which as far as I'm concerned is totally 100% reasonable. Like, as far as I'm concerned, this is a perfectly reasonable fort currently. Yeah, but wood is also a cool-ass looking color. That's how you get these nice purple workshops. With tunnel tube. Okay, why? Oh, I see why. This should get queued up eventually. Okay, now I can deconstruct this. Now, this area is sealed off. Really feels like I have a burrow enabled when I don't. Is there a way to get wood without being threatened by elves? Settle in an area that's far enough away from them that they're not listed as neighbors. That's how. Or be allied with them, at which point you need to chop down so many fucking trees that, like, play as a faction that's allied with them, so you need to chop down so many fucking trees that, like, you'd need to clear cut the map once a day for the entirety of your life. I'm pretty far away from them, so I haven't encountered any. Somebody's knocking on my door. 2 seconds. My garlic arrived.
Woohoo!
I did grow enough garlic to plant for next year, but I decided I'd buy a couple extra bulbs. So I have Russian red garlic now for planting. La Pip, weren't you a criminal? La Pip, your name is familiar. Maybe a cold case? One of my dwarves has begun a strange mood. Another thing, Lester Phonic, I have a Discord right there. In that Discord, there's a room called DF Questions, basically. Like, people can help you in there with stuff like this. So I would recommend keeping an eye on that Discord if you don't. Purely because it will probably help you get answers to some of these questions at points. A dwarf bone crown. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. So unidentified creature in order to have the subject met with unidentified creature, and they were too afraid to not comply despite valuing the law. Well, these are old crimes that we were already aware of, so. Ethically sourced from licensed suppliers. I'm not going to ask the question. Instead, simply I will state, yeah, that sounds legitimate. Def. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to run the ad now because it's 2 minutes away. We're in, you know, this thing. Oh, geez, that was the worst timing ever. How are you doing, Shenrir? Thanks for the raid. I just ran an ad break because this popped up. Game save. Do you have some caffeine to spare? Actually, yes. I had 20 ounces. There's some coffee left. If I show, it's like that much in the bottom of the mug. So if I show you, it might like spill coffee on my desk. So I'm not going to. So instead, I will just simply do this. See, there's some coffee in there. Magnetic stands for cameras are the greatest thing in the world. But hello, Shannon friends. How are you? I have big mugs in coffee. Oh, that's a Vile Force of Darkness. Hey, chat. They're seeking a parlay. Do you think that they need a shower? Because I suspect they might need a shower. I suspect that those goblins may need a shower. So I'm just going to make sure that these are in the right zone. I'm going to turn the burrow on. I'm going to assign everybody to the burrow. And we're going to give it a moment. Those dirty invaders. Yep. That's why they need a shower. I'm telling you. Certainly part of the reason anyway. But in order to do that, I have to put a wall piece here and a wall piece here. They want nice mist too? Oh, possibly. Yeah. But we've got lava to spare, so I think we'll stick with the lava option first. But hi, Shen and Raiders. Guys, if you don't know who Shen is, go follow Shen. Shen is a wonderful individual who plays a variety of fun video games. A lot of managers, likes trains, games that make you think. My name is Greg, and I play too much Dwarf Fort. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. Generally, it's just a lot of Dwarf Fort, though. So if you like Dwarf Fort, hi, I do a lot of that. Too much of that, even. No, it's not. It's a completely useless mechanic that you do not need, Car. If you know how this mechanic works, you'll never need Civ Alerts. Civ Alerts are openly cheating. Does not really change how I play the game. In fact, I'm not even going to turn on an alert. I'm just going to leave the front door open and turn on a burrow. But no, you don't need Civ Alerts. Even though I have DF hack running, I'm willingly not using it because I genuinely believe that it is pointless to use it. You needed Civ Alerts before burrows existed, but ever since burrows came into the game, you haven't needed them. Posed a ban on certain exports on what? Uh-oh. Hopefully I didn't export earrings. Otherwise, I'm going to have a lot of crimes. We're just waiting for this. Once this is done, then there's one other thing I need to make. Time to increase the prison? Probably not. Yeah, nobody's going to prison. Yeah, we're okay currently. So we certainly didn't get hit by it retroactively if that was the case. This dwarf was pressing something and then just got too depressed and stopped. That's funny. Besides, we've got enough press paper sheet slurry jobs. Okay, so that's done, sweet. So now I just fly over to here. Yeah, I haven't lost a single dwarf to a siege, except for when I was willingly chopping wood around there. And even then, the only reason I didn't lose it was because I didn't turn the burrow on. Or did lose them was because I didn't turn the burrow on. So, Rovod's begun a mysterious construction. Too depressed to press. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, I will never fully understand people's obsession and desire and supposed need for the Civ Alerts. Okay, so now this is powering, which is going to power all the way up to the top of this very quickly. And is then going to fill this down into here, which as you can see, it's already erupting. And is just going to give these goblins their much needed shower. Alley-oop. What is the Civ Alert? A mechanic that was removed from the game almost a decade ago. But people who use DF hack insist is necessary, and thus mod it back into the game. That's why. It cancels all non-necessary jobs and and turns on a burrow. That's what it did in the past. But now you can do it by just simply going through here and clicking these. Like this button removes stockpile jobs. So if you've got a dwarf with an uncancelable job, you just go in here and click that. Done. And they stop doing the thing. So if you want to stop a dwarf from running into a danger zone and you see them, you just pop open that tab and hit that button. Like, sure, does it speed up the process? Possibly. Is it needed? No. No, it isn't. All right, now I need to pull that gear assembly out of there again. Otherwise, this is going to, just keep doing this for a while. And also potentially set my fort on fire? I don't think so, but it might. Dwarves don't always follow labor instructions unless you press this button. Like, they collect webs is one that ignores it. Okay, so pause those all because they're at the top. Why does it matter if not all dwarves obey the instructions? Is the one question. But these are the unforbiddable jobs, which, if they're outside of the burrow, and you've enabled your burrow correctly, which is read it out, paused, and the burrow is covering the whole area, you hit T, you scroll down until you see these stockpile items, or collect item, pick up equipment ones. The pick up equipment ones, you can select them and be like, I don't want you picking up equipment, but you're military anyway. So forbid the items in the area where the creatures are. It's like 3 extra clicks. You are removing and cheating your way around gameplay and telling me and members of chat that it's necessary. You stepped away for 2 seconds. What happened? A siege appeared, so I burned it. That's what happened. Rovod, the Bone Doctor, has created Rithoralis Urnam Zengod, a silver chest, and offers it to the small farm. Well, that's kind of you there, dwarf. Wow, it's worth 10,000 dwarf bucks. Are you in a religion? No. Well, you're in the Blacksmith's Guild, so I will put that into the Blacksmith's Guild, because that seems fitting.
Woo!
This game is clicky enough? Certainly. I disagree that it's quality of life. It's too much power. Like, what in my opinion, and this is it's often unpopular opinion, and I'm aware of this, you are cheating yourself out of fun if the game plays too easily. And I know that that's a strange thing to say, but my feelings for this and my reason for feeling this is if it's too easy to, without a shadow of a doubt, stop every bad event from happening, you're never going to have any bad events. You're never going to successfully, unintentionally fuck yourself over. Like, if you let the game operate as it's intended, it is intended that you fuck up and cause problems and make mistakes. But, like, if you want that minimization of possible mistakes, then by all means, use the tools provided. But it's not necessary. It's never been necessary, and it won't be necessary. So there's apparently a siege still on the map, yet God knows where. So that's kind of funny. Like, the game's insisting there's a siege, yet I'm pretty sure I burned them all to death. So... Well, see, here's the problem, though, Car. What you're saying is subjective. You're also saying is mandatory. Do you have any idea how many people have quit this game because they're told that they have to run a secondary piece of software to make it playable? That's the kind of thing that I'm pushing against. Is no, you don't need... Like, sure, it's useful. No, you don't need it. Right? But I see so many people saying this game is unplayable without this extra piece of software. You've never said it's mandatory or necessary. Certainly. Let me scroll up and read exactly what you said, just so I don't make any mistakes. It's such a shame you can't just use Civ Alert from DF Hack. Such a quality of life thing. You're implying that I'm having a lesser experience because I'm not playing the game the way you do. That's the problem I take with this discussion. And I have had people, not you, in my chat many times say that the game is unplayable without insert script here. We'll check in a sec, Havoc. The Forgotten Beast Zolspu has come in an enormous three-eyed ceratops. It has a square shell and a gaunt appearance. Its pink scales are oval-shaped and set far apart. Beware its poison sting. Ah, well, it's about to fight with this one, who is got 5 kills and 1 notable kill, being my dwarf. Which is a 6-legged ceratops with external ribs. It has a bloated body and gold scales. Beware its poison sting. Let's see who does the winning. Well, it seems like they're pretty evenly matched, at least off the bat. You're now injured, but you... Wow, okay. Did you gore him in the neck or something? What'd you do? Stings him in the throat. Oh, wow. Oh, certainly. I mean, I use DF Hack too, right? I use DF Hack to exterminate stuff sometimes, or teleport things, or put out fires if I need to. But it's far from mandatory. But yeah, I do have DF Hack running, but I have literally every single script that it comes default packed in with disabled. Because it gives too much information and makes failure too difficult. Yeah. When you type in the command disable overlay, it removes everything. Although there is one thing it shows, which I haven't figured out how to disable, which is the percentage of soap used. But, eh. You just wish the game could shine in its graphics like it does in its depth of fields. What? What do you mean? Like you wish the pixel art was better or something? Or different, I guess? 'Cause that is subjective. I don't feel comfortable about this. Kind of expecting units to pop in as this cools off. What is DF Hack? DF Hack is essentially custom-made cheat engine for Dwarf Fortress that enables developer tools and player-designed and made scripts. That's what DF Hack is. It's an external piece of software that you can run, if you want, which allows you to contort and change the way the game runs and works and functions. It has its perks and its detractors, and that's a lot of burning. Don't mind the forest fire. It's a little burny up here. Something we can start the fire? How much has my frame rate gone down because of the fire? 6? 7? Nah, not really. Totally fine. If there was a dwarf right here, frame rate would be bad. If fire blocks pathing, it makes the frame rate bad, but fire in and of itself doesn't really hurt my frames much. But fire conflicting with objects moving and trying to get from point A to point B can absolutely damage my frames pretty heavily. This is just going to get paused, I think. I mean, DF hack can cause unstableness. It can also make your game crash and completely bork your saves. So if anything, usually DF hack is a cause of unstableness. In fact, the reason Dwarf Fortress has a reputation for being crashy is DF hack. Because of a particular script called text will be text. Like, it certainly has its benefits. Absolutely. I just don't like people preaching it like it's necessary in my chat. It irks me and will always kind of irk me. But it absolutely has its uses. You'll never see me denying that. You didn't know it existed until my streams? Yep, because somebody asks me every 90 minutes why I'm not using it. It's like, well, one, I am. Two, I don't know what to say, peoples. Okay, so Siege is still supposedly ongoing. But they're not on my map, so I will do this. Speaking of DF hack, fix retrieve units. Found them. Okay, maybe didn't find them, but these just appeared. Also, it was mostly just
Over here, he has a sword.
cavern people, not actually. Oh, okay. Not the intended outcome there. What happened? A lot of stuff. A Titan got in the fort briefly. We had a bad fight that broke out with dwarves fighting against cavern creatures with also a necromancer in the mix, so I expelled all the necromancers, but that fucked the moods pretty bad for a while. What else did we have happen? Various sieges and invasions and fights with cavern creatures, dwarves dying. General moods staying low, which caused a bunch of like various tavern brawls and other outbreaks to happen. That's the short version, but we're recovering it now. And, you know, now Swordmaster's throwing tantrums. All sorts of fun. It's been chaotic, put it simply. But we're getting through. Speaking of. Dwarf's been found dead. Fortunately, somehow I still have empty coffins. That's the truly shocking thing. Okay, this can be closed. Ah, these are what I was looking for. So there is, in fact, more goblins. Which is kind of funny, actually. All right, well, I guess I gotta plug this back in. Burn the rest of them. Hopefully not more death. I'll take goblins, though. Here, I'll give you guys the short version as to why I don't like DFHack as a thing that you should recommend to every person who plays it. Is when I first started learning to play Dwarf Fortress, I did what everybody told me to do. I installed the, at the time referred to as the Lazy Noob Pack, and did my best to learn to play the game as people commonly said was best to be learned, and begin playing using the tools that people recommended. And the game was crashy as hell, broke all the time, and I had to run 3 individual pieces of software in order for the thing to launch properly. I had to run Dwarf Hack, Dwarf Therapist, and a tile set in order for everything to work the way that all the tutorials that existed at the time were presented. And it was awful, because in order to play the game, I had to have 3 pieces of software running on 1 monitor at the time. And then also, things that I would do in-game would constantly cause the game to crash. And then I realized that if I didn't use DFHack, and if I didn't do what people were telling me to do, the game didn't crash, like at all. And it delayed me learning to play this game by easily a year or 2. Because, well, yes, I could have just dealt with the crashing, dealt with the issues, dealt with the problems, and done my best to learn with DFHack. When I stopped playing with all that stuff installed, the game was stable. It didn't crash at all. So instead of me getting into this game in 2009, when I first encountered it, I probably would have gotten into this game much sooner. So I inevitably did get into it around 2011 to 2013 era. But I'm still a little crunkly about that, because if somebody just told me, yo, just play the game, I would have actually gotten into it. Yeah, this is also the problem, right? Dwarf Fortress is proposed to be a perpetually unfinished game. This is true. DFHack doesn't make it finished. It doesn't. And it's completely playable without it. Right? So you are proposing that because it's a perpetually unfinished game, you need this player-made mod to play it. This is... Anyway. Carp, I'm going to say this. And just for chat in general. If you use DFHack, fantastic. Use DFHack. If you don't, fine. Don't. I don't want this to be the only topic of discussion. If you're a power player who uses it and you get benefits from it, fantastic. Fucking stop telling people they have to use it in my chat. You don't need to evangelize for it. I use it. It's a great piece of software. But it doesn't need to be recommended constantly, every day, in my chat. Because you can learn Dwarf Fortress perfectly capably without using external software. All right. We on the same page now? If you've played Dwarf Fortress a lot and you feel that it needs more assistance, yeah, look into DFHack. Absolutely. But there's always new players in my chat. People who just bought the game, people who just downloaded the game for the first time. Can we see this in ASCII? Sure. I wasn't even really looking at the screen all that much. Just kind of hoping these goblins get burned. I'm trying to torch these two goblins in the middle of the screen. Like there's one right here and one right here. But they're just holding onto the sides of these trees. So I'm rather doubtful that it's actually going to do anything. I could actually, here's the thing I could do. Sending my Mark Dwarves up here to just go shoot bolts at these guys. So they'll come running out of here in a moment. Here they come. Sweet, you got steel bolts. And even though they'll puke, they'll be able to shoot some bolts. Lava evaporates? Oh, the steam that you're seeing there isn't the lava evaporating. It's moisture, most likely blood, evaporating off of armor. Or vomit. It's also possibly vomit. Uh-oh. Maybe I should have just sent my squads up here. Yep, should have just sent my squads up here. Grr. Also, Havoc is dead, by the way. Havoc was wondering how his dwarf was doing. Well, that was Havoc. And he died to a goblin. Still this goblin. I'm not entirely certain these dwarves are going to be able to see this goblin. Now this is, like I said, this is steam from liquids. Just fighting sound. Uh-oh. It's happening again. Actually, I need to... I think that entire lower cavern layer is deconstructed. Because what I need to do is I need to disable every single military dwarf. So let's do this. Take all the squads entirely off duty. Just gonna presume that you will leave. But I'm going to wait for those two dwarves to get buried. 3 dwarves to get buried? Yeah, which is happening right now. I'm gonna enable this, and we're just gonna lock the doors. Gosh damn it. This ain't the first large-scale series of tantrums. Won't be the last. It won't be the last. Dwarf Fortress is version 0.5. It'll be finished when it hits version 1. Dwarf Fortress is the perpetually developed game. You could call it perpetually unfinished, or you could say it's a perpetually ongoing game. Whatever you prefer. Fortunately, I do have 3 living and well doctors, but I do need more. Also don't have any surgeons currently. So let's just throw 2 in here. And an extra doctor. No, it's version 0.5. I mean, it's plenty playable, if that's what you're asking, but calling it unfinished is a bit inaccurate in today's terminology. This is more like old school stuff. Basically, 1.0 means they're going to stop working on it largely, right? Like, Dwarf Fortress is kind of the original early access game. So, I don't know. Do you consider, like, Project Zomboid finished? Because I don't really... Wow, just a whole bunch of children died in that one. I don't really consider Project Zomboid finished. But if you consider Project Zomboid finished, then yeah, you could consider Dwarf Fortress finished. It's very similar kind of situations, I guess. This is going to be removed as a tavern, I think. This is going to be re-added to the hospital. But you'd rather see the magic system in action? I'm pretty sure that's before diplomacy on the to-do list, but the to-do list is in a weird state of flux right now anyway. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna pause all non-critical jobs. I'm currently brewing drinks. Nope. Yep, we're gonna lose more before we start to gain them. Okay, I need to make rock coffins. Rock coffin. Let's just say 90. And the next stream I do of this fort is just going to be lock the door and try and improve moods. Otherwise, this fort's not going to make it. But in my defense, I shouldn't have played this faction. After what I did to it in the last fort, you know. It's certainly a stage. Hopefully there's lights and a camera. No, we need more mist generators. We need better jewelry. We need to memorialize ghosts. A lot of things. A lot of things need doing. Certainly can say that we're not at a boring stage of the fort. That much is for sure. I was gonna say, that's very confusing. Why is there a barrel with coins in it? No, it's got food in it. Just misread it. Cool. Oh, it's fine. Forgotten Beastie found him. Good work, Beastie. Looks like this is where that kid got battered. Do I have a manager right now? Yep. iMiner is still in the fort somehow. Let's see, did that slab get made? Yep. Bim and Udil. This being accidental waterfalls? It depends on how you build them. There's certainly safe methods of building mist generators. Okay, fortunately most of the dwarves are out of hospital now. But I may need to start just expelling dwarves that are causing problems. I don't like doing that, but I may just have to do that. Like, repeat offenders, basically. Happens every winter because the reservoir freezes up and the well overflows because the aquifer is above 15 layers? Wait, why would your well overflow? Oh, wait. Why would your well overflow because of it freezing? I mean, okay, actually, if you're playing in a cold map where stuff freezes and you're building mist generators close to the surface, you're kind of asking for that, though, if that's what's happening. For your reservoir freezes up and then the well overflows because the aquifer is above 15 levels. I don't understand what part would cause that. So I don't think I missed a word. Did you miss a word? Because the reservoir overflow freezes, but I see. Anyway, I don't understand with or without the word, but okay. I'm presuming it's because like water becoming 7 of 7 when it's not fully deepened. But anyway, yeah. Regardless, if you're building in an area where stuff can freeze, then you're kind of asking for stuff to cause problems in the spring. Did I not queue up coffins? I did not. Okay. Rock coffin. Coffin all over this. Okay, no, I did queue it up. And where's my manager at? Sleeping. Buddy. Thank you. At least you're quick at moving about and good at your job. When you're moving. All right, get those two constructed. That'll deal with the 2 ghosts that are currently on the map. Or at least that I'm currently aware of that are on the map. And now we just need these tombs. Which will be pretty quick, fortunately. You still need coal if you're going to make steel, though. Taco Cat. Or if you want to make clear glass. I would call a volcano limited coal industry for startup, but still needs coal industry. Like, I'm using lava for forging. This is my forging lava. But I still have coal being made over here for both ash for soap as well as for making steel. But it is certainly, like, limited, yeah. You don't need as much coal, then. Also, you guys are about to witness me using a DF hack command. Because I use one for mass tombs. Which is, burial-c. So I don't need to individually assign all these. Volcanoes do not erupt unless you leave and re-embark on the same map. And they will refill to the same level, not that quickly. They only erupt on reclaim sometimes, because on reclaim, the game doesn't remember what layer liquid's filled to. So if you reclaim a map after retiring it, it can cause tidal waves, but can also cause volcanoes to erupt. Sometimes I'll do that intentionally because I think it's fun. Like reclaim a map 2 or 3 times until it erupts. No, they don't need to be enclosed. Only if you want to do the multi-tomb option. But no, they only need to be a singular tile. So many teeth. Crimson Network, thanks for the raid. What's up, dude? It's okay, neither can I. I also can't type on phones. Which is why I only type on computer. What? Okay, where'd these teeth come from? Hopefully Dewsum has a tomb. Skip the rest of these. Yeah, it seems like... There has to be more than 2 dwarves hauling tombs right now, though, right? What are you picking up? You picking up Dewsum's teeth? Nope. What you picking up, then? Ashen's teeth, okay? You're hauling Iden stuff. All right. All right. All right. If you're while in magma with non-magma temps safe, will it break or leak through? No. Not unless you fully break into the layer that has the magma in it. Or the area, I suppose, that has the magma in it. You do have to quite literally fully break into that layer. It's just like stuff won't cave in unless you completely remove all supports from it. All right, well, I think this mess is mostly cleaned up. I've got dwarves' teeth on the ground who are not dead, and those can go away. Those are Nodokasas. I don't think Nodokasa's dead, but Nodokasa lost a lot of teeth over there. So we do have to get rid of those manually. But I think that particular fight is more or less done. So we're going to try and just keep this fort stable by just satisfying needs. We're going to do that for the next few streams, probably. And we'll see if continuing this fort remains viable. Currently, I would say it's not, but we'll see where it ends up, because it's got a ways to go still, and is far from done. So, chat room, I got some good news, but I also got some bad news. The good news is we had a great stream today, I think. I hope you enjoyed it. The bad news is I gotta go now. It's almost 4 p.m., which is about an hour longer than I was originally intending on streaming today. But we've made it this far, so, you know. We lost another 25 dwarves, which is not good. But, fortunately, it was only 25 dwarves. And we're going to cool off and then go raid somebody. Hey, Twitch chat, stick around. Hey, YouTube chat, if you guys want to go raid somebody, you got to pop into the Twitch stream. Next stream will be Tuesday, 10 a.m. Pacific YouTube time. Otherwise, thanks for tuning in. And if you stick around and jump over to the Twitch side of things, then we can go raid somebody who's playing Dwarf Fort. Game really doesn't want you to get to 500? Yeah, no, Rick, no kidding. Really doesn't. Thanks for watching, YouTube, folks. We'll see you Tuesday. Oh, also keep an eye out on for a blog post on